The monstrous form of Wei Long, his bioengineered dinosaur self, roared with a terrifying intensity that shook the very air around him after devouring the unsuspecting autumn dragon sect disciple whole. The rampaging beast, still driven by an unquenchable hunger, did not pause. It barreled forward, its colossal limbs crushing the earth beneath it. Its reptilian eyes burned with a primal fire, devoid of reason, steeped in an all-consuming hunger that only instinct could understand. The scent of blood, the thrill of the hunt, and the overwhelming drive to consume it was all that mattered in this moment. Every beast in sight became prey. There was no hesitation, no consideration, only the unrelenting cycle of devour, destroy, and dominate. Somewhere deep within this monstrous shell, buried beneath layers of instinctual carnage, Wei Long's human consciousness flickered, trapped in the endless tide of biological urges. He observed the actions of his rampaging body with an eerie detachment, as though he were both a part of it and separate from it. This is the true power of my bioengineering instinct, Wei Long mused within his mindscape. My body moves on its own, unshackled by hesitation, by logic, by anything but the drive to consume and survive. And yet, I remain a passenger, a spectator to my own form. His monstrous body lunged at a stampeding herd of buffalo-like creatures, their thick hides and powerful legs useless against the sheer might of his jaws. They fell, one by one, their cries silenced by snapping bones and tearing flesh. Satisfaction trickled into him, ever so slowly, as each bite carried a rush of life-sustaining energy. He could feel it tar his satisfaction level inching upward from 9%, his hydration climbing from 12%. It was a slow, steady process, a gruesome but necessary cycle of consumption that gradually pulled him toward regaining control. I just need to keep going, Wei Long thought, his human mind sharpening its focus. Once my satisfaction hits 50% and my hydration reaches 40%, I will take control again. I will no longer be a slave to this monstrous instinct. His beastly form stomped forward, eyes scanning the landscape for more prey. In the distance, the creatures of the now green forest fled in every direction. Crocodile-like beasts slithered into the water, hoping to escape, only to be ripped from their hiding places by massive jaws. The smaller creatures, those that typically thrived in the shadows, found no refuge. Even the great horned creatures, those that roamed in packs and trampled everything in their path, found themselves unable to resist the terrifying presence of Wei Long's rampaging form. He was power incarnate, destruction given form. And deep within, his human consciousness could only marvel at the sheer efficiency of his monstrous self. This is incredible. No hesitation, no wasted movement. Every muscle, every fiber of my being is focused on one thing: a survival through overwhelming force. Wei Long could feel the gradual shift, the slow reclamation of his own body as the satisfaction and hydration levels rose. 30%, 35%. The number climbed ever higher as the massacre continued. A group of horned deer-like creatures was swept into his maw, their bodies crushed instantly, adding to the rising tide of sustenance. 40%. He was getting closer. The thrill of regaining himself sent ripples of anticipation through his mind. With each beast that fell, with each meal devoured, his satisfaction inched closer to that golden threshold. 45%. He could almost taste his return to control, the moment he would rise above this blood-soaked haze. The beast's movements, though still powerful, began to twitch. The spasms that signaled the return of his human mind began. Wei Long braced himself for the shift, knowing he would reclaim his thoughts, his movements, his power. Just a little more, he whispered within his mind. A little more, and I'll be back. 50%. His body froze. Wei Long's consciousness surged, triumphant. Yes, it's happening. I'm taking back His entire form shuddered violently. A scream, no, a howl of raw, primal terror erupted from deep within him. The bioengineered instinct, the monstrous essence that had controlled him, did not yield as he had expected. Instead, it resisted. A surge of instincts, more powerful than before, gripped his mind, tightening around him like a vice. A tidal wave of hunger, stronger and more demanding, crashed against his fragile control. Wei Long's thoughts wavered. No. What is happening? This into exclamation mark. His beastly form convulsed, spasms racking its massive frame as a guttural snarl erupted from its throat. The instinct screamed, and Wei Long froze. But he would immediately shake his head. Maybe he is just thinking things. Immediately, bioengineered instinct continued to rampage, devouring everything in its path. The beasts that had been left behind from the initial stampede were now helpless prey, unable to resist the monstrous predator that had taken control of his body. Each bite, each crunch of bone, and each desperate squeal only fueled the relentless hunger driving his instincts forward. Satisfaction, 51%. Hydration, 56%. Inside his mind, Wei Long's human consciousness observed everything, his thoughts racing. It's fine. I knew this would happen. Back then, I was level 6, barely able to handle my bioengineered instincts. But now I'm level 12, stronger, better, more in control. His thoughts clung to that belief like a lifeline. It's just that my limits have changed. It's not 50% anymore, it must be 55. Once I reach that, I'll be back in control. But then his body continued devouring. The rampage did not stop. Beasts fell one by one, their corpses reduced to nothing but shredded remains. The satisfaction climbed. Satisfaction, 53%. Hydration, 58%. Wei Long frowned. A flicker of unease crept in. It's okay. I just underestimated it. 60% then. That must be the new limit. His body lunged forward, snapping up another beast. A thick-furred creature with glowing eyes screeched in terror as his bioengineered instincts clamped its jaws down, shaking it violently until the life drained from it. Wei Long watched as the hunger never faltered, never hesitated. Satisfaction, 56%. Hydration, 60%. Nothing changed. Wei Long felt his unease deepen. All right. Maybe 65%. The bioengineered body paid no heed to his thoughts. The next beast was torn in half. Then another. Blood sprayed across the land, pooling into dark puddles. The instinct-driven monster didn't stop. It was enjoying this. Satisfaction, 63%. Hydration, 66%. Wei Long felt his confidence crack. 70 has to be the limit. He was lying to himself now, and he knew it. Satisfaction, 68%. Hydration, 71%. His body kept moving. More beasts fell. Their cries were drowned in the wet, meaty sounds of tearing flesh. Satisfaction, 72%. Hydration, 76%. Wei Long felt a cold sensation settle over his consciousness. It was fear. He realized then, this wasn't just about energy anymore. This isn't just instinct running wild, is it? He whispered in his mind. He had assumed the bioengineered instinct was mindless, purely acting on hunger. But now, as he watched, something terrifying was unfolding. The way his body moved wasn't just predatory. It wasn't just ravenous. It was controlled. It was like a broken bar being. Satisfaction, 75%. Hydration, 80%. Wei Long's breath hitched. Stop. But it didn't. His body kept hunting, the muscles moving in a way that felt eerily precise. The claws sliced flesh with an efficiency that wasn't just instinct. It was skill. Satisfaction, 80%. Hydration, 85%. Wei Long's panic swelled. 85%. That has to be enough. Nothing. The rampage continued. His body moved faster. His mouth twisted, curved upward. Then Wei Long saw it. His bioengineered body smirked. It wasn't just a random facial twitch. It was purposeful. It seemed aware he was watching. This feels somehow familiar. Wei Long's human consciousness reeled hard. No. Satisfaction, 87%. Hydration, 88%. It wasn't stopping. The body was grinning, its movements smooth, almost playful, like a predator that knew it had already won. Satisfaction, 90%. Hydration, 92%. Wei Long's mind flashed back. A memory from his past life. War, battlefields, soldiers. He had seen this expression before. Not on a beast, not on a monster, on a unique species. Sadistic grins. The kind that belonged to those who didn't just kill for survival, but for pleasure. His own body was grinning at him. Wei Long felt terror for the first time in both of his lives. And then, the instinct laughed. A real, deep, guttural laugh that sent chills through his very soul. Satisfaction, 91%. Hydration, 94%. Wei Long realized the truth then. The body that was overtaken by the bioengineered instinct was no longer the one hunting. It was now killing for him, his human consciousness. Far away from the chaos that it was unfolding, Xina stood amidst a group of demonic cultivators, her expression calm yet firm. Hidden deep within her sea of consciousness, Glockenine remained silent but ever watchful, concealed from the prying senses of the others. She had mastered the art of hiding him, suppressing his presence so thoroughly that even the most perceptive among them would not notice the anomaly within her mind. Before her lay the severed head of the Beauty Diva Squad's leader, its vacant eyes still frozen in shock, lips parted as though the man had been attempting to utter his final curse before death claimed him. Blood still dripped from its ragged edges, pooling at her feet. The sight was a statement, an irrefutable testament to her power and the fate that awaited those who dared challenge her and her group. The assembled demonic path cultivators listened intently as she spoke, her voice clear yet tinged with the lingering echo of battle. She recounted in chilling detail how the Beauty Diva Squad had ambushed her and her companions, their intention clear, to eliminate them and wipe them out from influence within the demonic path. Their arrogance had been their downfall, and now their leader's lifeless head was all that remained of them. One of the demonic cultivators, a gaunt man with crimson robes and eyes that gleamed with malice, stepped forward, his lips curling into a smirk. So they really made their move despite our warning to not engage against each other, did they? Pathetic. His voice was a low hiss, laced with amusement. Another cultivator, a woman clad in tattered black robes that barely concealed the writhing tattoos on her skin, crossed her arms and scoffed. They always thought themselves above us. They claimed to be superior, yet look where their arrogance has led them. Xina nodded, allowing the moment to sink in before shifting her gaze to the one who held true authority here, the high-ranking elder of the demonic path cultivators. The elder was an enigmatic figure, his presence alone radiating dominance. He was clad in deep violet robes lined with golden embroidery that shimmered ominously under the dim moonlight. His face, ancient yet unyielding, remained unreadable as he regarded the severed head with mild interest. After a long moment of silence, the elder finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of countless battles and betrayals. I see. So they thought they could eliminate you all in secret and act like nothing happened. He exhaled, shaking his head slightly. Arrogant, disgusting fools. Xina inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. They underestimated me. They underestimated all of us. Do I have to explain how I did it? The elder let out a quiet chuckle before his expression turned serious once more. No, your victory is commendable, but we do not have the luxury of celebration. The Autumn Dragon sect will not ignore what we've done here. They will retaliate. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the looming presence of the sect still cast its shadow. We must leave now before the high-ranking members descend upon us. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. The air was thick with tension, yet not one among them dared to question the elder's wisdom. They had no illusions about the strength of the Autumn Dragon sect's elites. Staying any longer would be an invitation to death. As the group began their swift departure, Xina found herself glancing back at the battlefield, where bodies lay strewn like discarded puppets, their strings severed. A cold wind blew through the clearing, rustling the blood-stained grass beneath her feet. Deep within her consciousness, Glockenine stirred. His voice, though unseen to all others, resonated within her mind. Something bad is happening out there. Xina's eyes narrowed slightly at his words. He rarely spoke with such certainty unless he was absolutely sure. What do you mean? She asked internally, keeping her expression neutral. Something a broken bar unnatural. I can feel it. Wei Long a broken bar and Red Ribbon a broken bar. I hope nothing bad happens to them. At the mention of those two names, an inexplicable unease settled within Xina's chest. Without realizing it, her fingers tightened around the hilt of her sight weapon. Whatever was happening, it was not something she could ignore. And yet, she had no choice but to move forward as per Wei Long's, leaving the battlefield behind. A broken bar. Red Ribbon soared through the sky, his powerful wings slicing through the wind as he followed the direction Wei Long had instructed. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear, but from urgency. Wei Long had given him a mission, and he needed to complete it to get out and see the vast world he promised to both of them. He needed to find that human. But the vast expanse of the savannah stretched endlessly, and time was slipping away. As he glided lower, Red Ribbon's sharp eyes caught movement below. A group of demonic path cultivators had surrounded a lone human. The human was dressed in ragged robes, his dark hair disheveled, and his face contorted in an expression of sheer terror. But despite the situation, he wasn't silent. No, this human was louder, so loud that Red Ribbon momentarily forgot about his mission just to observe the sheer ridiculousness of what was unfolding. "Gentlemen, friends, fellow practitioners of the Grand Tao," the human wailed, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Surely, we can talk about this. There's no need for violence, right?" One of the demonic cultivators sneered, stepping forward with a blade that gleamed in the dim light. "You trespassed in our area and now you know who we are, Zufang. You know what will happen next, do you?" Zufang gulped audibly, his knees shaking. "T trespassed? Me? No. No, no. You see, I was merely a Yua taking a shortcut." "Yes, a shortcut to a broken bar my sect. I'm a law-abiding cultivator, a scholar of peace." He clutched his chest dramatically. "I would never dream of offending the esteemed members of the demonic path. I will zip my mouth and not tell anyone about it, and I can even plead to the heavens that I, respectable Zufang, wouldn't betray any of you my fellow Taoists." Red Ribbon, watching from above, nearly burst out laughing. This human Zufanga was utterly shameless. He reminded him of Glocknin, always loud and full of excuses. But despite his words, the demonic path cultivators weren't buying it. "You were found sneaking around our grounds, Zufang," another cultivator growled. "No matter what you say or do, we don't have a choice but to keep your mouth shut for sure. A broken bar ever since you entered the sect. You just couldn't make your mouth shoot a broken bar. Spy? Loud, preposterous." Zufang gasped as if he had been struck in the heart. "Look at me. Do I look like someone who could say anything to anyone? I can barely talk to my own fellow disciples. I swear upon the heavens, I Zufang, an introvert. Yes, introvert. I have a terrible sense of communication. My master used to say I could get lost in my own world sometimes." "You wouldn't harm a man with such a tragic condition, would you?" One of the cultivators brandished a talisman, his patience worn thin. "Enough. Let's just kill him and be done with it." Zufang immediately dropped to his knees, slamming his forehead onto the ground repeatedly. "Please, I beg you, have mercy on this poor, unfortunate soul. I swear, I'll never." His pleas were cut short as a strange sound filled the air. The demonic path cultivators staggered, their faces contorting in pain. One by one, they began to drop to their knees, clutching their stomachs as if something was eating them from the inside out. Zufang blinked. "Huh?" The cultivators groaned, their skin turning an unnatural shade of green. Their bodies convulsed as their breathing grew ragged. One of them let out a strangled cry before collapsing entirely. Red Ribbon, still watching from the sky, narrowed his eyes. He knew this phenomenon. He had seen it before. This was the result of poison, a very specific kind of poison. Then his eyes widened. Zufang, however, was no longer cowering. He dusted off his robe, standing tall with a smug expression. "Ah, how unfortunate for you all," he sighed dramatically. "To think, you had the great Zufang on his knees. But, alas, I am not so easily defeated." He smirked, kicking over one of the barely breathing cultivators. "You fools really thought you could outmatch me?" "Me, Zufang, the future legend of the cultivation world?" He stepped on the back of another fallen cultivator. "Next time, think twice before offending me, you lowly scum." HMPH. Zufang took a deep breath and stretched his arms, his entire demeanor shifting from a coward to a conqueror. "Ah, what a workout! But enough of that now. Let's see what treasures you all have." He crouched down, rummaging through the unconscious cultivators' belongings, occasionally muttering complaints about their lack of riches. Red Ribbon was speechless. This human a broken bar, was he truly that shameless? Just as Zufang was about to pocket a particularly shiny talisman, a sudden shadow loomed over him. He froze, his body going rigid as an enormous creature descended from the sky. Red Ribbon landed with a powerful gust of wind, his massive talons digging into the ground. His golden eyes glowed with intensity as he peered down at the human. Zhu Fang let out a strangled yelp, dropping the talisman. Oh, a bird. A very large, very terrifying bird. Hi there, magnificent beast. Please don't eat me. I don't taste good, I swear. Red Ribbon tilted his head, his beak opening slightly. Are you Zhu Fang? Zhu Fang's face went pale. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. The only thing he could do was stare, completely speechless. Wei Long's consciousness swirled in a void of primal prehistoric engineered hunger and boundless insanity. He had thought to know, he had convinced himself that once his satisfaction and hydration reached 50%, his human mind would reclaim control. That was the plan. That was what should have happened. But it didn't. Instead, the monstrous, bioengineered instinct that had overtaken his body remained in command. His thoughts were nothing more than whispers in the body of this prehistoric-looking creature, and his body moved on its own. His mind tried hard to think. So how did I get back last time again? He asked himself desperately. A memory surfaced as Zhu Fang. He had tamed Zhu Fang. But that wasn't an option now. He wasn't dealing with a human. He wasn't negotiating with a sentient being. He was locked in battle with himself. He tried to recall another time when he had regained control. But the instinct, it fought him. The more he tried to remember, the more the haze thickened. It was like trying to wade through knee-deep mud while a storm raged above. It was infuriating. It was terrifying. And then the body moved again. With a deafening roar that shook the land, the bioengineered Tyrannosaurus charged forward, carving a path of destruction in this very forest. The scent of blood, the stench of spiritual Tao essence, the overwhelming fear in the eyes of its prey. It devoured all of it. Wei Long could do nothing but watch. The sensation was nightmarish, as if he was strapped to the back of a runaway war beast, unable to steer or slow it down. Then, the worst thing happened. Ding! A message appeared in his consciousness, cutting through the chaos like a blade. Warning: satisfaction, 95%. Hydration, 94%. Once satisfaction reaches 100%, human consciousness will disappear. Wei Long's mind went blank for a moment. Disappear? Not temporarily, not just overridden, but gone. A surge of panic coursed through his whole human consciousness. His heart, if he could still call it that, pounded against the walls of his existence. He had been through countless battles, faced overwhelming odds, but never had he felt this kind of fear. He had always fought for survival, but what was the point if he wasn't even himself? No, I am not losing myself. He struggled, clawing at the depths of his own mind, trying to grasp onto anything that could stop this madness. But it was like screaming into a storm. The bioengineered instinct did not care. It did not hear him. It only hungered. A new target appeared, a massive beast. Its body twisted and mutated by demonic Tao essence, stood its ground. It was a monstrosity of flesh and shadow, pulsing with an aura of corruption. Yet, to the bioengineered instinct, it was nothing more than a toy. Wei Long felt his body slow, not out of hesitation, but amusement. The creature lunged. The bioengineered Tyrannosaurus sidestepped effortlessly, tail sweeping out like a battering ram. The massive beast stumbled, but before it could regain balance, Wei Long's body was upon it. Crack! Jaws clamped down on the creature's leg. Bone shattered like dry wood. A howl of agony split the air. The bioengineered instinct didn't kill immediately. No, it toyed with its prey, dragging it across the ground, tossing it into the air like a plaything. Wei Long felt sick. This wasn't hunting. This wasn't survival. This was sadistic. The beast tried to fight back, demonic energy surging as it clawed at the bioengineered Tyrannosaurus. But Wei Long's body was faster, stronger. It evaded with inhuman precision, tearing chunks of flesh away with each pass. A deep chuckle rumbled from the throat of the dinosaur. Wei Long froze. That wasn't just an animalistic sound. That was the same sound that wiped out his soldiers back on Earth. It was then that he saw his own face, reflected in the blood pooling beneath him. And it was grinning. Ding! Perfect meal consumed. Satisfaction, 97%. Hydration, 96%. Wei Long's heart dropped. The grin widened. Something was terribly going to happen. Suddenly, something inside his body happened. The Autumn Dragon Sect disciple body dissolved, and a crystal inside of the disciple broke. A broken bar. High above the war-torn land, a group of cultivators, clad in the regal yet battle-worn robes of the Autumn Dragon Sect, soared through the sky atop a massive sword. Their expressions were grim, their gazes sharp as they scanned the battlefield below. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt earth, mingling with the distant cries of those who still fought or fled. One of the senior cultivators narrowed his eyes. Look down there. Demonic cultivators, running like rats from a sinking ship. Without hesitation, they descended, the colossal sword slicing through the air like a divine decree. The moment their feet touched the ground, the demonic path cultivators attempted to scatter, but they were too slow. In an instant, the Autumn Dragon Sect cultivators unleashed their fury. Blades flashed, spells erupted, and fists struck with the force of thunder. A young demonic cultivator barely had time to scream before a palm strike shattered his ribs. Another fell to his knees as a sword tore through his shoulder, leaving him howling in agony. The Autumn Dragon Sect cultivators were relentless. This was not a battle, but an execution. The demonic cultivators could do nothing but suffer under their overwhelming might. One by one, the demonic path cultivators fell, some slumping to the ground unconscious, others writhing in pain, their bodies broken beyond repair. Yet, despite their defeat, their eyes still burned with defiance. The leader of the Autumn Dragon Sect squad stepped forward, his presence like a mountain pressing upon the weakened foes. His cold gaze swept across the bloodied figures before him. Where are the unnamed disciples? What have you done to them? And the sanctuary, what have you done? A demonic cultivator, his face twisted in pain and madness, spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and let out a hoarse laugh. You think you can save them? The disciples of your sect will fall, one by one. It has already begun. The more you struggle, the more you will lose. Ha ha ha. Soon, your so-called righteous sect will crumble, and when your numbers dwindle, the demonic path will rise and claim what is rightfully ours. Another demonic cultivator coughed up blood, grinning with crimson-stained teeth. You ask what we did? Ha! Why should we tell you anything? Watch, Autumn Dragon Sect. Watch as your foundation cracks and your disciples are reduced to mere pools of blood from the demonic beast's claws. Fury surged through the leader's veins. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and, with a swift motion, ended their lives. There was no need for further words. Their fates were sealed the moment they chose to walk the demonic path. As the bodies fell, the leader exhaled deeply, turning to the others beside him. His voice was steady but filled with a chilling determination. We cannot delay. The sect is under siege, and we must act swiftly. We will split into 3 groups. One will return immediately to report this situation to the elders. The second will scour the battlefield, eliminating any remaining demonic path remnants and ensuring no threats are left lurking in the shadows. The third group, a broken bar. He turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, where faint traces of corrupted energy lingered. A broken bar will investigate the sanctuary. If the demonic cultivators have defiled it, we must cleanse it at once. His fellow cultivators nodded, their expressions solemn. However, just as they were about to move, one of them hesitated. He clenched his fists, his face pale. Senior, may I decline? The life crystal of my younger brother, a broken bar. It just broke. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it carried the weight of a heart shattering into 1,000 pieces. Silence fell upon the group. The leader looked at him, his expression unreadable. The wind howled around them, carrying the scent of blood and ashes. And in the distance, a prehistoric beast was about to cause destruction. Wei Long's thoughts now spun in a frenzy, panic clenching around his mind like iron chains. His consciousness thrashed within his own body, but it was like screaming inside a glass prisoner. No matter how loud he was, no one could hear him. He was now too desperate. His monstrous form moved with terrifying ease, its massive claws slicing through the air, carving into another beast with ruthless precision. Blood sprayed, warm and thick, soaking into the ground as his fanged maw tore through sinew and bone. The satisfaction meter ticked higher. 98%. Wei Long felt his stomach drop. The bioengineered instinct was now taking over him. 98.5%. Wei Long felt a cold sweat he couldn't physically manifest. He needed time. He needed to figure this out. Big seems it was so fast. His body lunged at another beast, to a towering, grotesque thing, corrupted by demonic Tao essence. It had too many eyes, its flesh pulsated like living rot, and yet a broken bar. His monstrous self only saw it as food. Wei Long watched as his claws struck out, not to kill, but to toy. The beast screeched, but it was powerless. His massive form sent it tumbling like a discarded doll, breaking bones, ripping flesh, but never delivering a final blow. His body broken bar was playing, like a predator toying with its prey. Wei Long's human self recoiled in horror. These a broken bar. His monstrous form let the beast scramble back to its feet, watched as it tried to flee only to pounce again, breaking its legs this time, rendering it helpless. The sheer cruelty of it made Wei Long sick. "This is wrong, stop. Just kill it already or leave it alone." But his words were useless, drowned beneath the tide of bioengineered hunger. His body savored the moment, prolonging the suffering, reveling in the fear. Wei Long realized with a sinking dread that this wasn't just about survival anymore. This was enjoyment. 99%. Wei Long's human self screamed, "No, this isn't me." The monstrous form finally delivered the finishing blow, jaws snapping around the beast's throat, tearing it apart in a shower of blood and gore. The flesh slid down his gullet, the nourishment surging through his body. Ding! The body has consumed a perfect meal. Satisfaction, 99.5%. Hydration, 99.5%. Wei Long's soul trembled. He was so close to the edge now, teetering on the brink of oblivion. One more kill, one more meal, and he would be gone. His body stepped forward, eyes locking onto the next target, to a massive creature trembling under his gaze. It was barely alive, wounded, but still breathing. Easy prey, and then a broken bar. His body smirked. Wei Long's mind froze. Not a twitch of muscle, not an unconscious reaction. A knowing smirk, like a hunter who knew the prey had nowhere left to run. Wei Long's breath caught in his non-existent throat. 99.7%. Wei Long's consciousness buckled under the weight of realization. The bioengineered instinct wasn't just a mindless hunger anymore. It was something more. It had changed. It had grown. It was becoming aware. The monstrous body tilted its head, as if listening to something Wei Long couldn't hear. And then, for the first time since he had been trapped in this form, he felt something else push back. The instinct was looking at him. It knew he was there, and it grinned. Wei Long's mind went white with terror. 99.9%. His body crouched, ready to pounce, ready to take one last bite, one last kill, one last step before Wei Long ceased to exist. And then a broken bar. Ding! Warning! Critical threshold approaching. Satisfaction, 99.9%. Hydration, 99.9%. If levels reach 100%, human consciousness will be permanently eradicated. Wei Long's eyes widened. Suddenly, he felt lost. He is going to die now? Suddenly, the beast seemed to chuckle. It sounded cruel, guttural, and inhuman. It rumbled from deep within his chest, distorted by the monstrous vocal cords of his bioengineered form. Wei Long was shocked. Then, it roared. Happy roar? No, it wasn't just a roar. It was a mockery. A twisted, sadistic taunt directed solely at him. Wei Long seethed, trapped within his own mind. He had no voice, no control, but his emotions burned hotter than ever. His instincts know, that thing wearing his body was toying with him. He could feel like it wasn't immediately pushing his satisfaction and hydration to 100%. No, it was deliberately keeping it just below the threshold, savoring his torment, dragging it out, making sure he felt every second of helplessness. Rage boiled inside him, but it was a different kind of rage now. It wasn't the frenzied panic he had felt before, nor the blind terror at losing himself. No, this was something deeper, something old, something carved into the very core of his soul. His past flooded his mind, unbidden, unstoppable. His first life. His comrades. The men and women who had fought alongside him. The ones who had laughed, bled, and died at his side. They weren't just comrades, they were family. People who had trusted him with their lives, just as he had trusted them with his. They had been strong. They had faced the horrors of war together, endured unspeakable trials. And yet, in the end, they had been powerless. And why? Because of that thing, that bioengineered nightmare, born from the twisted experiments of a shadowy organization, had wiped them all out. It had been a living weapon, an abomination forged in secrecy. It didn't care who they were. It hadn't cared about their dreams, their fears, their sacrifices. It had simply devoured them, one by one, until he was the only one left. And now, it was here, in this world, inside of that creature. Wei Long's consciousness trembled with fury. Was he really going to let it happen again? Was he just going to watch as the thing took everything from him, as it erased him, just as it had erased his comrades? Was he really going to surrender? Number. His anger burned away the fear. It melted the paralysis that had gripped his mind. It roared through his veins like wildfire. He refused to let it end like this. I don't care if you're some monstrous instinct. I don't care if you were made to be unstoppable. You are in my body. And I am not going to let you win. Wei Long pushed. He didn't know how. He didn't know what he was even pushing against. But he did it anyway. He willed himself forward, threw himself against the suffocating grip of the bioengineered instinct. It felt like trying to move a mountain with his bare hands, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The instinct resisted. It was a relentless, primal force, honed to perfection through cold, merciless science. It was a weapon designed to consume, to conquer. It had no fear, no hesitation. It simply was. But Wei Long had something it didn't. He had will. He had rage. He had everything it had taken from him. And he pushed. The instinct faltered, just for a moment, just the smallest fraction of a second. But Wei Long felt it. And that was enough. Ding! A notification appeared before his consciousness. Satisfaction, 99.98%. Hydration, 99.98%. Wei Long's breath caught. What? He stared at the numbers, barely able to process them. He had forced it down. Not by much, not nearly an UFO, but he had done it. Even if it was only a 0.01% reduction, it was proof that he could fight back, proof that he wasn't completely powerless. But then, his hope was crushed. The laughter came again, deep and guttural, vibrating through his very bones. His bioengineered form laughed. And this time, Wei Long saw it. Somehow, impossibly, the creature controlling his body smirked. Wei Long's mind recoiled. It was grinning. Not mindlessly, not as some unconscious twitch of muscly, but with intent. And then, realization struck him like a blade. It knows I'm fighting back. And it's enjoying it. Ding! Satisfaction, 99.97%. Hydration, 99.97%. Wei Long felt something shift. It was so minor, so barely noticeable, yet it sent a surge of hope crashing through him like a tidal wave. His suffocating despair cracked, allowing light to pierce through. The bioengineered instinct wasn't invincible. It could be fought. A wild, shaky laugh bubbled up inside his mind. At first, it was just a chuckle, but as realization dawned, it grew louder, unrestrained, triumphant. Ha ha, broken baha, broken baha. Wei Long's voice rang through his own consciousness, full of unfiltered joy. The instinct had been playing with him, torturing him, stretching out his suffering for its own amusement. But now, he was fighting back. And it was losing. Ding! Satisfaction, 99.96%. Hydration, 99.96%. The numbers were falling, slowly, painfully slowly. But they were falling. Wei Long cackled, his voice growing louder, sharper, more hysterical. You sadistic little lab lizard. What happened? Weren't you having fun just now? He mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What? You don't like it when the prey bites back? You thought you had me, didn't you? Ding! Satisfaction, 99.95%. Hydration, 99.95%. His body trembled. The instinct was trying to suppress his thoughts, to smother his consciousness beneath the weight of hunger, But now Wei Long knew. He knew it could be resisted. And knowing that was all he needed. Ahahaha. You're nothing but a mutated little lab freak. You hear me? A failed experiment. A biolaboratory lizard. What kind of pathetic creature lets its prey talk back? Huh? The name stuck. Biolaboratory lizard. It had no identity, no soul, no true self. It was a parasite, a mindless devourer, a beast without will. But Wei Long? He was different. He was human. He had a will, and it was stronger than any primal hunger. Ding. Satisfaction, 99.90%. Hydration, 99.90%. It was dropping faster now. The more he fought, the more he insulted, the more his mind clawed its way back from the abyss, the weaker the instinct became. Oh? What's this? You're getting weaker. Ha ha ha. You're afraid, aren't you? I can feel it. You don't like this. You don't like me. Well, guess what? I'm not going anywhere. Ding. Satisfaction, 99.85%. Hydration, 99.85%. Wei Long was grinning now, in his mind, in his very soul. He was clawing his way back from the brink, taking each fraction of a percent as a hard-won victory. Pathetic. You really thought you could just erase me? Turn me into some mindless, flesh-eating puppet? I don't think so. I am Wei Long, not some bioengineered freak like you. The bioengineered instinct twitched. It could feel it, too. The shift in power. The loss of control. The struggle. Ding. Satisfaction, 99.80%. Hydration, 99.80%. Wei Long took a deep breath. Not that his body did, but within his mind, it felt as though he was inhaling the crispest, freshest air he'd ever tasted. Freedom. It was coming. He could almost feel it in his fingertips. Keep resisting all you want, biolaboratory lizard. Struggle all you want. I'll take my body back, piece by piece, even if I have to grind you into dust. The bioengineered instinct finally reacted. It wasn't playful anymore. The sadism vanished. It became something else, something deadly. It lunged forward, body moving with vicious purpose. It no longer cared for the slow, torturous game. It had a single objective now: a hunt, consume, overpower. Wei Long barely had time to react before his body was already moving, eyes locking onto the nearest beast. It lunged. Crack! A massive wooden sword slammed into the ground, blocking its path. Dust exploded into the air, sending a powerful shockwave outward. The bioengineered instinct froze. Its hunt had been interrupted. Slowly, it lifted its gaze. Up above, a shadow hovered in the night sky. A broken bar. Meanwhile, before all this happens, at first, the cultivator was soaring through the sky, his robes billowing as he surveyed the land below. His mind was heavy, weighed down by an unshakable feeling of unease. The deeper he traveled into the forest, the more unnatural the atmosphere became. The wind rustled the treetops, but there was no sound of life here. No chirping birds, no rustling critters, not even the distant roar of a beast. The silence was deafening, thick like an invisible fog, suffocating the entire area. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. Something is wrong here, he muttered under his breath. The more he flew, the more the emptiness gnawed at him. He passed a river that should have been teeming with aquatic life, yet the water was still, devoid of fish. The ground was littered with broken branches, but there were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no tracks, no indication of battle. It was as if the forest itself had been abandoned by life. Then, his mind drifted to his younger brother, a peak mortal cultivator, a warrior whose strength should have ensured survival even in the most treacherous circumstances. His brother wasn't weak. No common beast could have slain him so easily. His beast companion, a rare and powerful creature he had personally gifted, should have protected him. So why had his brother's life crystal shattered? A shiver crawled up his spine. The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. He had faced many battles, seen countless deaths, but this was different. Suddenly, movement caught his eye. A pride of empower lions, creatures renowned for their elusive nature, emerged from the underbrush. But something was off. There were no males among them, only lionesses and cubs, their bodies weary, their gazes frantic. They moved like creatures fleeing a predator, their golden fur dirtied with mud and exhaustion. The cultivator narrowed his eyes. Why are they running? And where is their king? The male Empower lion was the pillar of the pride. It would never abandon its family, not unless a broken bar, something stronger, forced it to. His heart pounded as he pushed forward, his instincts screaming at him that he was closing in on something terrifying. He soon came upon a new sight: a horde of beasts running in a chaotic frenzy. Their stampede rumbled like thunder, shaking the earth as they trampled the undergrowth. At first, he thought his brother might have perished fighting these creatures. But these beasts were not hunting. They were fleeing. He frowned. What a broken bar are they running from? His pace quickened. Soon, he spotted another tide of beasts, only this time, their bodies were warped, twisted by demonic Tao essence. Their eyes glowed with malevolence, and their auras reeked of corruption. This had to be it. These creatures had to be the ones responsible for his brother's death. Rage ignited in his veins. With a flick of his wrist, he unsheathed his blade. If you're the ones who killed my brother, then Before he could finish, the demonic beasts, despite their corruption, turned tail and fled. Their bloodthirsty nature seemed like it was overshadowed by an even greater fear. The cultivator's breath caught in his throat. No. Even they are running? Then what in the name of the heavens? A broken bar. And then, he saw it. A body. Half of a body. The upper torso of a man lay on the ground, his arms sprawled, his face frozen in an expression of agony. His lower half was missing, as if it had been swallowed whole. The cultivator descended, his heart hammering in his chest. The features of the corpse were barely recognizable, but he knew before he even knelt beside it. Brother. His voice cracked, his hands trembling as he reached out. The fabric of the robes was torn, the edges soaked in dried blood. His brother's life had been snuffed out in such a gruesome manner. A choked sob escaped him, but he swallowed the rest. He could grieve later. Right now, he needed to understand. What did this? Then he heard it, a wet, sickening crunch. His head snapped toward the source of the sound. His breath hitched at the sight. A massive ground lizard, its body covered in strange, otherworldly scales, was hunched over a beast, tearing into its flesh. But it wasn't just eating. It was playing. The creature was torturing its prey, snapping its limbs, dragging out its suffering, savoring every moment. A glint of sadistic pleasure shone in its eerie, reptilian eyes. The cultivator's body went rigid. He could feel it tar his brother's presence. It lingered faintly around this creature. This thing. Was this the beast that ate his brother? His blood boiled. His fingers twitched, itching for revenge. It didn't matter if he wasn't certain. His instincts screamed at him to act, to cut this abomination down before it could continue its slaughter. He reached into his robes, pulling out a pouch filled with talismans. Without hesitation, he released them. A flurry of golden lights erupted, streaking toward the ground lizard in a deadly arc. At first, the creature seemed clueless about the talisman he sent to it. It was not even looking around. It was seemingly staring at a fixed distance with a grin on its face, and one could see the prehistoric fangs it had. The talisman took effect, and soon the demonic Tao essence from its body began to pour out. The creature now seemed to notice. The cultivator wanted it to wash out even a little of that dangerous Tao, so that even if he touched it later, he would be able to touch his brother's corpse inside it once he killed it. Suddenly, the creature's head snapped up. Its eyes met his. For a brief moment, the air between them crackled with tension. Then, the cultivator raised his sword. I don't care if you're responsible or not. My instincts tell me you must die. The creature snarled, its throat vibrating with a guttural, bone-chilling sound that reverberated through the desolate land. Its elongated snout twisted upward, eyes gleaming with a strange intelligence, but the cultivator remained unfazed. Hovering high in the air, he merely sneered, his grip tightening around his sword. He did not waste his breath on words. Words were useless against a mindless beast. Instead, his body blurred as he moved, and his sword flashed down from the heavens like a divine judgment. A streak of light cut through the air, whistling with deadly precision. Yet the ground beast below moved with an unnatural swiftness. Its monstrous form twisted and rolled, narrowly evading the strike. The earth split apart where the attack landed, a deep fissure forming in the ground, but the creature was untouched. The cultivator frowned slightly. Again, His sword shot out, followed by a barrage of strikes, each infused with chi, carrying a force capable of reducing mountains to dust. Slashes of pure energy rained down like a celestial storm, the very air around them vibrating from the sheer pressure. Yet the beast evaded, twisting and shifting in impossible ways, its muscular limbs propelling it at speeds no normal ground lizard should possess. A dozen strikes, 100, 1,000, and yet, the creature remained untouched. The cultivator's brows furrowed in mild annoyance. Fast. He raised his left hand, forming a quick incantation, and suddenly, dozens of radiant swords materialized in the air behind him. They floated momentarily, humming with barely contained energy, before shooting toward the beast like falling meteors. This time, the attacks came from every direction, sealing all paths of escape. The beast tensed. Its pupils suddenly constricted, and then it moved. With a sudden explosion of force, the creature twisted its body and lunged sideways, its form blurring momentarily as it narrowly avoided each sword. The weapons crashed into the ground, detonating like divine thunderbolts, sending shockwaves rippling through the land. Dirt and debris shot into the air, obscuring the battlefield in a dense cloud. Yet, when the dust settled, the beast still stood, unharmed. The cultivator's frown deepened. This is no ordinary beast. Still floating high above, he extended his fingers, his chi surging violently as he channeled another technique. The sky darkened. A golden formation spread beneath his feet, expanding in the air as runes flickered into existence. Then, with a sudden downward motion, he pointed toward the beast. Autumn Dragon's Wrath. The formation activated instantly. Beams of golden energy shot down from above, cascading toward the beast like waterfalls of divine punishment. Each streak of light was dense, heavy with power, capable of melting steel and reducing flesh to ash. For the first time, the beast reacted differently. It did not evade. Instead, it roared. A horrifying, guttural sound erupted from its throat, sending ripples of shock through the air. It braced itself, thick hide tightening, muscles flexing, before it leapt straight into the oncoming attack. Boom! The sky quaked. A shockwave of energy exploded outward, sending waves of force through the air, knocking down trees in the distance. The cultivator's robes fluttered violently, his eyes narrowing as he peered through the dissipating light. The beast stood there, smoke rising from its scorched scales. The attack had landed. It should have been obliterated. Any other peak mortal beast would have been reduced to a charred corpse. But it still stood. Though faint traces of burns marred its hide, the damage was nowhere near fatal. The beast exhaled heavily, and then, with an eerie slowness, it lifted its head and a broken bar smirked. The cultivator's expression darkened. Then, he sighed. "So, it's like this," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. "You're not just a peak mortal beast, are you?" His fingers flexed around the hilt of his weapon. His patience had reached its limit. He had wasted enough time. Slowly, his body began to change. His skin darkened, shifting from a natural hue to something else entirely. A deep, earthen tone spread across his flesh, his arms and legs hardening, taking on a texture reminiscent of ancient scales. His eyes gleamed with a faint, golden light, and an aura of pure, refined power surged around him. This was the mark of his true lineage, an ancient blood linear, one inherited from the depths of the great autumn dragons themselves. The transformation was not drastic, but it was enough. His presence became heavier, more overwhelming. His chi no longer simply flowed, it roared, pressing against the very fabric of reality. Up in the air, his voice carried with a profound weight. "It's time to get serious." A broken bar. Meanwhile, Wei Long's consciousness was speechless. So it wasn't him. It wasn't his struggling that weakened the bioengineered instinct. It was the cultivator. But that was fine. That could do. The cultivator had saved him, whether intentionally or not, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Wei Long had a sliver of hope. If he had a body, he would have sighed in relief. But even without one, he could feel his emotions surge like a crashing tidal wave, raw and unrestrained. The bioengineered instinct, the monster that had tormented him and stolen his control, was finally being brought down. That sadistic lizard was no longer the predator. It was the prey. Wei Long wanted to cheer the cultivator on. Even if his voice could not be heard, he wished, more than anything, that the cultivator would continue attacking without pause, without mercy. And the cultivator did. This time, however, something had changed. The cultivator, having transformed into his temporal cultivation form, was no longer simply launching attacks at random. No, his movements were precise. His strikes were relentless, refined, and devastating. The sheer speed at which he moved was unlike anything Wei Long had seen before. The bioengineered instinct had once easily evaded before, slipping through strikes, twisting and maneuvering through the endless onslaught. But now it had no chance. It was being bombarded, overwhelmed from every angle, battered by the cultivator's sharpened techniques. The beast let out a painful, guttural cry, a sound that resonates deep within Wei Long's being. "Ha! Serves you right, you damn biolaboratory lizard." Wei Long spat, his rage bleeding into his words. "What's the matter? Not so tough anymore, huh? You were laughing before. Where's that smugness now? Where's that sick, sadistic thrill you enjoyed so much? You're nothing but a cowardly reptile with an overinflated ego." The bioengineered instinct thrashed, its body trembling, its once fluid movements becoming sluggish, its strength waning. Each hit from the cultivator sent waves of agony through the beast, and Wei Long relished in its suffering. "Come on, fight back." "Oh wait, you can't." "That's right. You're getting your ass kicked, and you deserve every second of it." "Do you think I'll ever forget what you did? The way you tormented me? The way you toyed with your prey, laughing as you killed?" The creature faltered. It stumbled, limbs shaking, blood dripping from countless wounds. Wei Long had never felt such a vindication before. A laugh bubbled up from within him. He had spent so long feeling powerless, so long being trapped in a body that wasn't his own, forced to witness its atrocities without being able to stop it. But now, he was seeing justice. Even if he wasn't the one delivering the blows, even if he had no control over the situation, he didn't care. All that mattered was that the bioengineered instinct was losing. Finally, the beast let out a pained, guttural growl before collapsing. Wei Long's triumph was instant. "Yes, that's it. Fall, die, you wretched creature. This is what you deserve." But as the laughter of victory escaped him, something else followed. A creeping, sinking sensation that began to settle in the depths of his consciousness. A long silence fell. Wei Long's triumph faltered. His exhilaration dimmed. The battlefield was unnervingly still, eerily quiet. His mind, once alight with the joy of victory, now buzzed with a strange unease. Something wasn't right. The silence stretched on. It was unnatural, suffocating, the kind that sent a chill crawling down the spine. Wei Long wanted to ignore it. He wanted to bask in the moment. But the feeling was eating his brain directly inside its skull. And then he saw it. The cultivator descending. Wei Long's heart nearly stopped. No, a broken bar. No, 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 no. Panic surged through him like wildfire. He couldn't hear himself, couldn't physically speak, but if he could, he would be screaming at the top of his lungs. "Don't come down. Stay in the air. You don't know what you're doing." The cultivator didn't stop. He was coming closer. Closer. Wei Long's panic grew to hysteria. "Listen to me. Don't land. Stay away from IT. IT's not dead yet. IT's not over." But the cultivator could not hear him, could not see the warning that Wei Long was desperately trying to convey. Wei Long could do nothing but watch, helpless and trapped, as the cultivator finally landed. Suddenly, the beast jolted awake, its monstrous eyes snapping open, and before the cultivator could react, its powerful jaws lunged forward and clamped down on him. Wei Long's consciousness froze. Was this it? Was this the end of the cultivator's life? The fangs of the bioengineered dinosaur, sharp enough to tear through reinforced beast hide, had closed around the cultivator's torso. Wei Long braced for the inevitably blood, the sickening sound of flesh being ripped apart, the agonizing screams of a dying man. But then a broken bar. Bam! The cultivator's fist crashed down on the beast's skull like a mountain splitting apart. The sheer impact sent a deafening shockwave through the surroundings, and the beast's head violently slammed into the ground. Wei Long's consciousness blinked. What? The cultivator didn't stop there. His expression contorted into unfiltered rage. He raised his fist and slammed it down again. Bam! You dare? The cultivator's voice roared across the battlefield, a mix of fury and heartbreak. A mere low-level mortal savage beast dares to kill my brother? Bam! 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 Each strike landed with the force of an avalanche, hammering the bioengineered dinosaur's skull into the dirt. The ground trembled under the relentless onslaught. Wei Long was speechless. This cultivator a broken bar, this mana broken bar was absolutely pummeling the beast that had taken over his body like it was a mere disobedient pet. Bam! Do you know who he was? The cultivator screamed, his strikes growing heavier, his voice breaking with grief. He was my younger brother. He was the future of our family. He wasn't supposed to die like this. The cultivator's emotions spilled over, his fists swinging with unrestrained wrath. He wasn't just attacking a beast. He was unleashing his pain, his sorrow, his fury at the unfairness of the world. Wei Long had seen people mourn in war, had seen comrades weep over the deaths of their brothers in arms, but these a broken bar. This was raw, primal, unfiltered devastation. Bam! 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 The bioengineered dinosaur let out deep, guttural growls, its instincts screaming at it to retaliate. But the cultivator was unrelenting. He was faster, stronger, more enraged than any beast could ever be. Wei Long's consciousness trembled as he suddenly let out a loud laugh, his amusement filling the depths of his mind. Ha 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 ha! Serves you right, you sadistic lab rat. You finally met your match. Keep going, cultivator. Beat it down. Bam! The force of the cultivator's punch sent the beast's massive body skidding across the dirt. Dust and debris scattered into the air. The cultivator stomped forward, his breathing heavy, his fists still clenched tightly. Then suddenly a ding. A notification popped up in Wei Long's consciousness. The host used the innate ability, territorial empower. Wei Long's amusement froze. His eyes narrowed within the depths of his soul space. Huh? I didn't use anything. His mind immediately searched for an answer. That was when realization struck him like a thunderbolt. The bioengineered instinct to broken bar, it activated it. He quickly pulled up the ability's description, his mind racing. Innate ability, territorial empower. Effect: as long as the host is within the chosen territory, Autumn Dragon Sect, the host will continuously empower itself tenfold if the chosen enemy is as strong or stronger than the host. Side effect: as soon as the chosen enemy is defeated, the empower body would go back to its normal self. Wei Long's soul eyes widened in absolute horror. He slowly turned his gaze towards the cultivator who was still mercilessly pummeling the bioengineered dinosaur. Oh, our broken bar number. Wei Long's amusement drained away instantly. At first, the bioengineered instinct had been writhing under the cultivator's wrath, its body breaking down under the sheer weight of those powerful strikes. But now a broken bar. It was enduring. The beast's muscles, once trembling under the onslaught, were now steady. Its breathing, once ragged, had calmed. Its glowing eyes, once wild with pain, now burned with something else entirely. The cultivator didn't seem to notice. He was still lost in his grief, still pouring his emotions into his fists, his strikes heavy with sorrow. Wei Long felt his soul tremble. No, a broken bar, stop. He wanted to scream, but his voice was nothing but an echo in his own mind. The beast's body shuddered. A broken bar. Then suddenly, it stood back up. Wei Long's soul turned ice cold. The cultivator finally paused, his breath heavy, his fists covered in blood. He wiped the sweat from his brow and took a deep breath, ready to strike again. But the bioengineered dinosaur, a broken bar, didn't fall, didn't tremble, didn't move an inch. It simply stood there, silent, unfazed. Wei Long's soul collapsed into absolute despair. No, a broken bar, it's too late. The cultivator suddenly stopped, his breath steadying as he observed the beast before him. A slow, knowing smile crept onto his face. You've gotten used to my ability, haven't you? He mused, his voice carrying a note of amusement and challenge. Let's see just how much you can endure. Without another word, he stepped back, his body shifting into a more stable stance. His hands moved fluidly through a series of seals, channeling his cultivation energy into a storm of attacks. Brilliant streaks of light erupted from his fingertips, cutting through the air like celestial blades. Waves of energy condensed into sharp crescents, each one imbued with the force of a peak-awakened cultivator. The sky itself seemed to tremble under the sheer intensity of his power. The beast roared, its body writhing as it struggled to resist. Each strike landed with bone-shattering force, sending it tumbling across the battlefield. The ground cracked beneath its weight as the cultivator's barrage continued, unrelenting, merciless. The cultivator's attacks were like a torrential storm, his blows never ceasing. A massive burst of golden energy crashed into the beast's side, hurling it into the remnants of shattered trees. Before it could recover, another surge of power followed, a volley of glowing spears, each one piercing deep into its hide. The creature shrieked in pain. But despite the agony, it did not collapse. Wei Long watched in stunned silence as the cultivator's strikes grew fiercer. The beast was being battered into submission, its movements sluggish, its resistance weakening. But then, something changed. The very thing that had made Wei Long's blood run cold before it began to happen again. The beast was a broken bar enduring. Blow after blow landed, yet it no longer flinched. Cuts that should have been fatal barely drew a reaction. Its breathing steadied, its stance grew firmer. Wei Long's consciousness trembled as realization dawned upon him. No, 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 no. It's adapting. The cultivator narrowed his eyes, his battle-hardened instincts screaming at him. He suddenly understood. Don't tell me a broken bar. His face twisted into a fierce expression, and with renewed determination, he unleashed his full might. I won't let you adapt to me. A golden aura erupted around him, surging like an unstoppable tidal wave. He pushed beyond his limits, his energy flooding the battlefield. The air crackled with raw power as he poured every last ounce of his cultivation into one final strike. A devastating explosion of light engulfed the beast, the force shaking the entire region. Trees were uprooted, the earth split apart, and even the sky seemed to distort under the sheer magnitude of the impact. Wei Long watched as the battlefield was consumed in chaos, dust and debris filling the air. The cultivator stood at the center, panting heavily. His chest rose and fell in deep, ragged breaths, his hands still trembling from the exertion. He exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the swirling dust cloud before him. That should be enough, he murmured. It's over. But before the dust had even settled, Wei Long's consciousness screamed. A blur of movement, a sickening crunch. The cultivator's body jerked violently. Wei Long's mind froze in horror. From within the settling dust, the bio-engineered beast emerged. Its massive jaws were clamped tightly around the cultivator's torso. Blood dripped in slow, heavy drops onto the ground. It had survived. And just like that, a broken bar, just like it had done to his brother, a broken bar, it bit the cultivator in half. Meanwhile, back in another part of the sanctuary, the elder of the Autumn Dragon sect and the other members were surrounding a group of demonic path cultivators. The air was heavy with tension, a mix of righteous fury and the vile aura of those who had strayed too deep into the demonic path was in the air. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect, clad in their traditional robes, stood in a semicircle, their weapons drawn, eyes burning with questions and vengeance. One disciple stepped forward, his voice sharp and laced with anger. Where are the unnamed disciples you took? What did you do to the sanctuary? His blade glowed faintly, shimmering with spiritual energy, ready to strike at any sign of deceit. The demonic path cultivators merely chuckled darkly. One of them, a gaunt man with hollow eyes and deep scars across his arms, spat blood onto the ground. You think you can scare us into speaking? You self-righteous fools. No matter how many of us you kill, more will rise. Your numbers will dwindle, and when you are weak enough, we will claim the Autumn Dragon sect for ourselves. A second disciple, unable to contain his fury, swung his fist, striking the gaunt cultivator across the face. The impact sent the man sprawling, but he only laughed harder, blood dripping from his lips. More, he taunted. Give me more. This is nothing compared to what we endure in the abyss of cultivation. The disciples hesitated, but before they could react further, the elder, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stiffened. His face darkened, and his eyes widened, sensing an ominous disturbance. A chill ran through his veins, like the prelude to a devastating storm. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, his spiritual sense flaring wildly. Lightning crackled in his soul. A bond severed, a presence erased in an instant. Zhang Zhugang. The realization struck like a hammer to the chest. The elder's breathing quickened, his fingers curling into a fist. The disciples around him noticed the change in his demeanor and immediately fell silent, their gazes filled with apprehension. Something happened to Zhang Zhugang. The elder finally spoke, his voice low but firm. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances. One of them, bolder than the rest, stepped forward. "Elder, what do you mean?" His spiritual soul connection, a broken bar, was severed in an instant. A deadly silence followed. The weight of his words settled over the disciples like a thick fog. Severed instantaneously. It wasn't just death, it was complete annihilation. One disciple stammered, "But he was a peak awakened realm cultivator. Who could do such a thing so fast?" The elder's eyes were sharp as daggers. "That is what you will find out." Now, the urgency in his tone sent the disciples into motion. Their hesitation was gone, replaced by a shared understanding that time was of the essence. "Hurry!" he barked, his usually composed demeanor breaking slightly. "Go now." But as they moved, one of them hesitated, looking at the demonic path cultivators tied before them. "Elder, what about them?" "There are so many." The elder turned his gaze back to the captured cultivators, his expression unreadable. Then, in a voice like thunder, he declared, "I will deal with them personally." The disciples stiffened. Personally? That was rare. Usually, the punishment of demonic cultivators was left to the sect's enforcers or carried out in full view as a warning to others. But now, their elder wanted to handle it alone. "Why, elder?" one disciple asked, unable to mask the confusion in his voice. "Because Zhang Zhugang's connection was severed too quickly. It may have been a lone demonic path cultivator who did this, and killing Zhang Zhugang was just a distraction. If I leave, he may take these other members of the demonic sect himself with him and slip away unnoticed," the elder explained. His voice was laced with calculation, but beneath it, there was something else, something darker. The disciples exchanged looks. The reasoning made sense. A lone assassin could have lured them away from this area with the intention of escaping unnoticed. The elder staying behind ensured that nothing was overlooked. "Understood, elder," one of them said, bowing his head. The others followed suit, giving one last glance at their captured enemies before taking off into the sky. One by one, they soared into the distance, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sanctuary's wilderness, determined to uncover the truth behind Zhang Zhugang's fate. And as their figures disappeared, the elder turned his gaze back to the demonic path cultivators, his expression dark and unreadable. A storm was brewing in his heart, and those before him would soon know its wrath. A broken bar. Meanwhile, far from the elder and his departing disciples, Zufang and Red Ribbon were celebrating well. Mostly Zufang. He was jumping up and down, cheering loudly, his excitement overwhelming as he shouted about his luck. Red Ribbon along with Wei Long had become his tamed beasts. But more importantly, Red Ribbon had revealed something astonishing. He had advanced from being an especially rare beast to a quasi-unique class beast after they made a contract to form a bond. Zufang was overjoyed. Rare beasts were already uncommon, but especially rare beasts were even rarer, and a quasi-unique class beast that was on an entirely different level. Even core disciples didn't necessarily have such a beast, and yet, he had one. He grinned widely, filled with a sense of superiority. As they traveled towards Wei Long's location, Zufang felt invincible. However, their journey soon took an unexpected turn. A tide of beasts appeared in the distance, their sheer numbers creating a rumbling that shook the earth. Zufang and Red Ribbon immediately prepared themselves for battle, but something was off. The beasts weren't attacking. Instead, they were running or fleeing in the opposite direction as if something had utterly terrified them. Zufang's excitement wavered as confusion settled in. "What the hell? Why aren't they attacking?" he muttered. Red Ribbon's eyes narrowed. Something scared them, something big. The realization sent a chill down Zufang's spine. Just as he was processing this strange event, another wave of beasts appeared. But these ones were different. Their eyes glowed with an eerie light, their bodies emanating the unmistakable aura of demonic Tao essence. Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon didn't even hesitate. They immediately hid, pressing themselves low against the terrain, doing everything in their power to avoid drawing attention. These were not beasts to be taken lightly. Zhu Fang's heart pounded in his chest. If beasts tainted by the demonic Tao were also running away, then a broken bar, what in the world could be scaring them? Red Ribbon shot him a wary glance. Zhu Fang, are you sure this is the right direction to find Wei Long? Zhu Fang hesitated, his instincts telling him something was terribly wrong. But he had made a deal. He clenched his fists and nodded. Yeah, broken bar, this is the way. We have to find him. And so, they pressed forward. After what felt like an eternity of traversing through an eerily quiet land, they finally found Wei Long. Zhu Fang immediately cheered. His previous worries vanished in an instant as he laughed and jumped up and down. Wei Long, there you are. Ha ha, we found you. Finally. Yeah. Red Ribbon yanked him back. Zhu Fang stumbled, confused. Hey, what? Wei Long was not saying anything. He was just standing there, broken bar, staring at them. His body exuded a menacing aura, his gaze filled with something unnatural, something terrifying. Red Ribbon's muscles tensed as he looked at Wei Long. Then, slowly, he whispered, his voice wary and edged with unease. Zhu Fang, a broken bar, I think we have a different Wei Long here. Suddenly, Red Ribbon had an idea. He turned to Zhu Fang and said in a low, urgent voice, go behind me. Zhu Fang furrowed his brows. What are you saying? That's Wei Long. Before Red Ribbon could respond, Wei Long stomped on the earth with such force that the ground shook violently. The tremor sent both Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon stumbling, their vision spinning from the sheer impact. Dust and debris shot into the air as if the world itself had been disturbed. Zhu Fang barely managed to keep his footing, but before he could recover, he saw something that made his heart stop. Wei Long smirked. But it was no ordinary smirk. It was twisted, sadistic, filled with the kind of cruel amusement that sent chills down Zhu Fang's spine. Red Ribbon's voice was sharp. Zhu Fang, get back! Beauty! Zhu Fang protested. That's Wei Long. He's just playing, right? Red Ribbon's golden eyes gleamed with caution. This Wei Long isn't speaking. I don't know if he's the one we know or something else that looks like him, but we can't take any chances. We need to be careful. That was when Wei Long's expression darkened, his smirk vanishing, replaced by something sinister. He loathed the idea of something like him existing. He was the top predator, the only one of his kind. And the mere suggestion that another being understood or questioned his identity sent his instincts into a frenzy. Then came the roar. A devastating, monstrous sound erupted from Wei Long's maw, shaking the very fabric of the world. The air quivered, the grasses bent violently under the pressure, and massive trees centuries older snapped like twigs. The sound wave blasted outward, uprooting trees and sending loose boulders tumbling down the landscape. The earth itself seemed to groan in protest, cracks forming beneath the immense force of the roar. Zhu Fang's mind finally caught up with reality. This was not Wei Long. Not the Wei Long he knew. Red Ribbon didn't hesitate. He grabbed Zhu Fang's arm, his grip tight. We need to run. Now. Zhu Fang's instincts finally kicked in, and he turned on his heel, sprinting alongside Red Ribbon. But the nightmare wasn't over. As they ran, the ground trembled once more, another roar tearing through the heavens. This time, the sound wasn't just destructive, it was mocking, almost playful, like a beast toying with its prey. Wei Long didn't immediately chase. Instead, he savored their fear, watching them scramble for safety. Then, with slow, deliberate movements, he started running after them. But this was no ordinary chase. Each step of his padded feet should have been silent, but he made sure they were not. Each footfall was loud, thunderous, like a drumbeat of doom. He wanted them to hear him coming. He wanted them to know he was right behind them. He wanted them to feel the inevitability of their fate. Zhu Fang's heart pounded, his breaths ragged. Red Ribbon, what happened to him? Red Ribbon's jaw was tight, his expression grim. I don't know. But if we don't run faster, we won't live long enough to find out. Just when the situation seemed utterly hopeless, both of them felt a shift in the air. A sudden ripple of spiritual energy that sent a shiver down their spines. Their eyes snapped to the sky. Cultivators. Soon, they slowly floated down. Not long, The 10 Autumn Dragon Sect disciples stood in a loose circle around Zufang and Red Ribbon, their expressions ranging from mild irritation to open hostility. They had been tracking their missing sect brother, Jiang Zhugang, and somehow, their search had led them to the senior two individuals being chased by a low-level beast. The situation was strange, but cultivators of their level rarely entertained coincidences. One of the senior disciples, a man with sharp brows and an even sharper gaze, took a step forward. "You there? State your name and affiliation." Zufang swallowed. He could feel the weight of their gazes pressing down on him like an invisible force. Before he could even answer, the ground dragon let out a guttural roar and lunged at the group, its powerful legs propelling it forward with shocking speed. But the cultivators barely reacted. With a casual flick of a sleeve, one of them sent out a pulse of energy that sent the beast skidding back several feet. It didn't seem harmed, merely pushed away, and it snarled in defiance before circling around again. The sharp-eyed disciple's gaze flickered with annoyance, but he ignored the beast and refocused on Zufang. "We're searching for a missing brother, a cultivator of our sect. You wouldn't happen to know anything, would you?" Zufang's lips pressed into a thin line. He knew lying would be dangerous, but telling the truth might be even worse. One of the female disciples, her voice like a blade wrapped in silk, stepped forward. "You hesitate." "Why?" The ground dragon roared again, but another disciple merely waved his hand, and a barrier of spiritual energy knocked it aside like a ragdoll. The cultivators barely even looked at it as it tumbled across the ground, shaking its massive head before growing slowly. Another disciple, his arms crossed, spoke with a smirk. "I don't like when people hesitate. It usually means they have something to hide." Zufang clenched his fists. "I don't know anything." The sharp-eyed disciple sighed. "I had hoped this would be easy." He took a step closer, eyes gleaming with power. "But if we have to make you talk, we will." Suddenly, several of the cultivators turned their attention to Red Ribbon. Their eyes gleamed with interest. "That beast a broken bar," one of them murmured. "That's not an ordinary spirit beast." "What exactly are you?" Red Ribbon's muscles tensed, his aura fluctuating as if ready to defend himself. However, before the conversation could escalate further, the ground dragon charged again. This time, when a disciple struck it, it didn't go down. It simply stood there, unmoving, a dark aura beginning to leak from its body. The Autumn Dragon Sect disciples stood in formation, their robes fluttering in the wind as they observed the strange beast lying before them. A ground dragon? It was not uncommon to find such creatures in the wild, but this one had something different to an eerie presence, a dark and unfathomable force emanating from its being. And yet, to them, it was still just a beast, and they were cultivators of high standing in the sect. One of the disciples scoffed. "A mere beast dares to stand before us? How amusing." Another chuckled. "It's been a while since we've had a chance to test our skills. We should use this as a warm-up before searching for a senior brother." Their casual dismissiveness was not without merit. They had faced countless beasts before, creatures far more fearsome than a simple ground dragon. With a swift motion, one of the disciples, a young man with a long sword gleaming under the sunlight, swung his blade effortlessly, sending a sharp arc of energy slashing toward the beast. The attack connected, sending Wei Long flying several meters away. The disciples erupted into laughter. "Did you see that? It barely took a flick of my wrist." "Weak. It's just a low-level creature." "Ha, we were worried over nothing." Wei Long crashed against a tree, his body momentarily stunned from the impact. But then, he moved. His claws scraped against the earth. As he pushed himself up, his tail whipping in irritation. His golden eyes flickered with something dangerous. Yet the disciples did not notice. They were too amused by the easy prey before them. "Should we just take it with us?" one disciple mused, smirking. "A ground dragon could be useful." "Tame it." "Why bother? It would be fun," another said with a grin. "Imagine parading it around the sect." "No one else has a pet like this." They continued to mock him, throwing occasional attacks to keep him down. Each strike landed with force, causing the ground to tremble under their overwhelming power. Wei Long evaded where he could, but he was taking hit after hit. And yet, something was wrong. Despite the relentless barrage, he wasn't staying down. "This thing's still standing?" one disciple frowned. "Persistent, Another murmured, but ultimately futile. One of the stronger disciples, a senior among them, shook his head. No need to waste time. I will take this ground dragon myself. We can tame it, and then we'll resume our search. Wei Long froze. Tame him? His nostrils flared, his vision darkened, and suddenly, rage unlike any before surged within him. His body stiffened, his muscles tensed, and then, with a deep, guttural growl, something snapped inside him. A roar erupted from his maw, shaking the very air. The wind howled, the grass flattened, and the trees around them swayed violently. The disciples staggered, momentarily stunned by the sheer force of his outburst. Then, before they could react, Wei Long moved. Like a shadow of death, he lunged. The senior disciple who had been speaking barely had time to register the attack before the world turned dark. His fellow cultivators watched in horror as Wei Long's enormous prehistoric jaw snapped shut over the man's head. A sickening crunch filled the air. Silence followed. The other disciples stared in shock as blood splattered across the ground. The beast they had mocked, the creature they had thought to be a mere low-level ground dragon, now stood before them, its jaws dripping with the remnants of their fallen comrade. For the first time, fear crept into their hearts. But it was too late as his vision turned black. Red Ribbon and Zufang took this chance to flee. They moved quickly, their bodies tense, but neither dared to look back. The disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect glanced at them briefly, their focus locked on the beast that had just killed one of their own. Their minds reeled, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What is this? One of the disciples stammered, his voice laced with disbelief. It was just a low-level mortal beast. How did it do this? Look at its aura. It's growing stronger by the second. The realization struck them all at once. One of the disciples, his eyes wide with horror, shouted, "This beast! It must be responsible for senior brother Zhang Zhugang." Silence gripped them for only a fraction of a second before rage exploded in their eyes. "Kill it!" They screamed in unison, their voices echoing through the land. One by one, they transformed. Their skin turned to scales, their bodies shifting into a form more befitting of those belonging to the Autumn Dragon sect. Each disciple bore unique colors, ranging from dark jade to muted silver, yet all of them paler than Zhang Zhugang, the disciple that bio-engineered lizard had encountered before. Their breaths were heavy, their killing intent undeniable in their auras. "Attack together! Don't let it breathe!" One disciple roared. The battle erupted. A tempest of chi swirled through the air as they lunged at the beast, their weapons and techniques slicing toward it like a relentless tide. Blades of wind, spears of fire, torrents of water. Each attack carried deadly precision, yet the beast endured. Each time it was struck, it adapted, its form growing more resilient, more indomitable. "It's not going down," a disciple shouted, his voice trembling with frustration. "How can it still stand after that?" "It's regenerating too quickly. Its power is still rising," another one bellowed, watching in horror as the beast's wounds closed before his very eyes. "Then strike harder. Don't hold back," the leader of the group commanded, his fists clenched tightly as he charged forward. The synchronization of the disciples was impeccable. They moved as one, their attacks complementing each other in perfect harmony. A blade user would force the beast back, only for a spear wielder to pierce through its defenses. A fire cultivator would scorch its flesh, and a water cultivator would freeze the burnt remains. They fought with experience, with training honed through countless battles. And yet, the beast would not fall. It stood amidst the carnage, its eyes gleaming with something beyond hunger. It was toying with them. Wei Long, trapped within the consciousness of the monster, watched in awe and horror. His mind raced as he analyzed the ability at work of the innate territorial power. The moment the beast found itself an opponent at its level or slightly stronger, its strength multiplied tenfold within seconds. And this land? The Autumn Dragon sect's territory was its chosen ground for its ability. It's also permanent. It was invincible here. No matter how many they were, no matter how skilled, no matter how furious, they would never win. The beast would only continue to grow stronger until it became an unstoppable nightmare. Inside his own mind, Wei Long muttered in helpless admiration. What kind of insane ability is this? The disciples continued their assault, their attacks becoming more frantic, their shouts growing more desperate. Faster. We have to kill it before a exclamation mark. Damn it, its power is still climbing. It's adapting to every single one of our techniques. No, no, no. This isn't possible. We are the elites of the sect. We are not supposed to be. A blood-curdling scream cut the words short. Another disciple fell. The others watched, their bodies frozen in sheer terror, as the beast lifted its head, blood dripping from its fangs. The remaining disciples had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. It was useless. Wei Long's attention shifted, and through the beast's heightened senses, he saw Thema Red Ribbon and Zufang, still running, their figures growing smaller in the distance. Run, Wei Long muttered, feeling powerless. Run, it's useless now. I don't know how to take this body back. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect kept attacking relentlessly, their figures blurring as they unleashed wave after wave of devastating blows upon the beast. Their swords slashed through the air, their fists cracked against its hardened scales, and their techniques roared like ancient dragons brought back to life. Yet, despite their continuous assault, the monstrous ground dragon remained standing. It had stopped moving, simply taking every attack they threw at it. Don't let up. Keep going. One disciple shouted, sweat dripping from his brow as he hurled another energy-infused palm strike toward the beast's head. Another disciple grinned, the thrill of battle igniting in his chest. Its cultivation isn't rising anymore. It's stagnated. That means it's finally at its limit. A collective cheer rippled through the group. They had spent what felt like an eternity attacking, their bodies aching from the repeated exertion, but they could see the cracks forming in the beast's defenses. It was no longer fighting back. Their confidence swelled. Then let's finish this, a senior disciple declared. We'll use our signature temporal beast's moves. The 9 remaining disciples formed a circle, their auras flaring as they tapped into the unique powers of their sect. Their bodies radiated different colored lights, each representing their specific temporal beast lineage. They synchronized their breathing, their movements, their very souls. A roaring presence filled the air as the energy of their temporal beasts materialized behind Thema phantoms of ancient creatures long lost to time. One disciple, clad in a shimmering silver aura, stepped forward. Time hardened Basilisk's gaze. He roared, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. The very air around the beast froze, locking it into place, as if time itself had shackled its limbs. Another disciple leapt high into the air. Fanged Phoenix descent. With a burst of flames, his figure became a streak of fire as he dove downward, his fiery talons raking against the beast's exposed spine. Temporal Dragon's Claw Strike. A female disciple howled, her fingers curling into deadly points as an illusionary dragon claw manifested, slashing through the beast's shoulder. One after another, the disciples launched their moves, each one striking with pinpoint accuracy. The battlefield became a hurricane of light, energy, and destruction, shaking the very foundations of the land. Celestial Turtle's Temporal Echo. Ravenous Direwolf's Hunt. Serpent of the Forgotten Epoch. Abyssal Whale's Crushing Weight. Time-breaking Scorpion's Sting. Chrono Tiger's Rewind Bite. The final blow came from their leader. His hands moved in a blur, ancient symbols forming in the air as he roared. Primordial Chiron's Sundering Flash. A burst of pure energy erupted from his palms, striking the beast with the force of a collapsing star. A deafening explosion followed. The entire area was consumed by dust and debris, swirling around in an opaque storm. The disciples were thrown backward from the sheer force of their own attack. They hit the ground, their chests rising and falling rapidly, their bodies drenched in sweat. For a long moment, none of them spoke. Then, one by one, they turned to each other, grinning through their exhaustion. We did it, our broken bar. That thing was stronger than we expected, a broken bar. But we still won. A round of victorious laughter erupted from the group. Some clapped each other on the back, others wiped the sweat from their brows and took deep breaths of relief. They had done it. They had taken down a monster that should have been impossible to defeat. One of the disciples sat up, shaking his head in disbelief. That was insane. I didn't think we'd have to go all out against some random beast. He chuckled, brushing dirt off his robes. But now that it's dead, We can't. But then a broken bar, the dust began to settle, and all them froze. Their breath hitched, their bodies tensed. The moment the battlefield cleared, their faces paled as horror set in. Because standing there broken bar, unmoving, untouched, unfazed, a broken bar was the beast. The massive ground dragon in their perspective would just stand there, menacingly. Every disciple was almost spent, their chests heaving, their robes drenched in sweat, their spiritual energy flickering like dying embers. Yet, the massive lizard did not move. It loomed over them, its form eerily still in one place. Its presence was also suffocating. A long silence settled over the battlefield. Seconds stretched into eternity. The only sounds were their own ragged breaths and the distant rustling of leaves in the wind. No one dared to speak, no one dared to move. The oppressive weight of the moment was crushing, pressing against their shoulders, gripping their chests. Beads of sweat slid down their brows, but none wiped them away. Their eyes remained fixed on the dragon. Was it dead? Could they dare to believe it? None of them could sense its cultivation anymore. The aura that had once radiated from its form, pulsing like an unrelenting tide, was now eerily absent. It was as if the massive beast before them had been reduced to nothing but a corpse. Still, they hesitated. One disciple exchanged glances with another. They didn't need words, their gazes carried enough weight. They had fought many beasts before, but never had they encountered something so tenacious, so unyielding. This ground dragon had withstood their relentless assault, absorbed their strongest techniques, and had even adapted to their strategies mid-battle. And yet, now it stood motionless. It seemed armless to broken but unnatural. One of them, bolder than the rest, took a cautious step forward. His every footfall was measured, his grip on his weapon tightening with each inch closed between him and the beast. He swallowed hard, forcing back the lump in his throat. His mind screamed for caution, but his pride, his duty, pushed him forward. He reached out, hesitantly, his hand trembling as he placed his fingers on the dragon's scaly hide. Nothing. A breath of relief escaped him. He turned to the others, his lips curling into a triumphant grin. It's dead. The tension snapped, like a stretched bowstring finally released. The others exhaled deeply, their bodies sagging with exhaustion. Then, unexpectedly, their fear transformed into exhilaration. One by one, they began to grin, to laugh. The tension gave way to overwhelming relief. They had done it. They had slain a beast that should have been impossible to defeat. They began to speak, their voices overlapping, their emotions raw. Each disciple recounted their perspective of the battle, their attacks, their close calls, their thoughts as they fought. Their words tumbled over one another in excitement, in disbelief, in sheer, unbridled joy. Did you see how it kept getting stronger? I swear, if we had waited even a moment longer, it was absorbing the energy from the land. This thing was more dangerous than we thought. No, I think it had a natural ability that made it match our strength. It was learning as we fought. Senior brother Xin and Jiang Zhugang had broken bar. They died because of this thing. That statement sobered them briefly, but the victorious thrill in their veins was hard to ignore. Their losses were unfortunate, but they had gained something in return, a proof of their power, proof that they were capable of taking down something of this caliber. One of the disciples reached into his robe, pulling out an object that glowed faintly with spiritual energy. He connected it, and with a sharp flick of his wrist, activated it. A voice crackled to life on the other end. Elder. Static filled the air before a deep, commanding voice responded, "What's the situation?" The disciple straightened, glancing at his comrades before answering. "Elder, we have confirmed the culprit behind senior brother Jiang Zhugang's death. It was not a demonic path cultivator. It was a broken bar, a beast, a ground dragon." A pause. "A broken bar, a ground dragon?" The disbelief in the elder's tone was palpable. "Are you saying a mere ground dragon took the life of one of our own?" "It wasn't normal," the disciple quickly clarified. "At first, we thought it was just a mortal beast. But a broken bar, its power kept increasing the longer we fought. By the end, it was at the awakened peak state, and we suspect it could be something even rarer, perhaps an especially rare class beast, or even a broken bar." He hesitated before saying the next words. "A broken bar, a quasi-unique class." Silence again, but this time, it was the elder's silence. A moment later, His voice returned, serious and laced with urgency. "I will come and verify this myself. Do not move the body." "Yes, Elder." The communication ended, and the disciples turned their gazes back to the massive creature in front of them. One of them let out a low chuckle. "Even though Senior Brother Jiang and Xinmu died a broken bar, at least we have something in return." A grin spread across another's face. "A dead, especially rare or quasi-unique class beast, a broken bar. That means there could be others like it here, hidden within our sanctuaries. A broken bar, so even if it's dead, at least there's a sign that there's more to these kind of thing." Their eyes gleamed with ambition. This was only the beginning. The moment the words left the disciples' mouth, the words declaring that there might be others like this beast, the massive ground dragon stirred. Its head, unmoving for what seemed like eternity, suddenly began to shift. The slow, deliberate motion sent a shudder through the air, as if reality itself was holding its breath. Almost immediately, the disciples' faces twisted in horror when they saw it. And in that instance, their initial confidence that displayed earlier now shattered like broken fragile glass. Soon, a very long silence followed, long enough for the air to feel heavy, thick with the weight of the unknown. They could hear the rustling leaves against the faint chirping of distant insect creatures that hadn't yet realized the presence of a predator beyond comprehension. The silence stretched on, so agonizingly long that their own heartbeats seemed deafening. Some of them gulped audibly, sweat pooling at their brows as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. Hadn't they just confirmed its death? Why wasn't it moving earlier? Was it truly still alive? It can't be right. They attacked it with all they had. It should be dead. They could feel nothing, and no aura, no presence of cultivation, nothing that indicated the massive lizard was anything but a corpse. However, the disbelief on the expressions of their faces were thick, as it suffocated them all in one go. Then, suddenly, the dragon's glowing yellow eyes, which had seemed dull and lifeless just moments before, flickered with something unnatural glint to it. "Understanding," one disciple gasped, stepping back in terror. It moved its head. "But why? We can't sense anything from it." "Why?" Another disciple, his voice thick with anxiety, tried to rationalize the situation. "Maybe it's just muscle memory. Maybe it's just a death twitch." Yes, it's already dead, right? His desperation was evident, as if saying it enough times would make it true. He hoped that it's really dead, otherwise, they are not sure subconsciously if they could deal with it still. After all, their cultivation energy were all drained with on few bits to it. But Wei Long's consciousness scoffed internally. These fools! They couldn't comprehend it. Did they really think they could measure his kind by their cultivation standards? Did they truly believe that a peak awakening Chi realm beast would stay at the same power level after such a battle? The truth was simple, yet enough to make one's skin crawl. This beast, Kia had surpassed them. He had become something greater. And now, Wei Long is sure that the bio-engineered lizard controlling his dinosaur body would show them exactly what that meant. Then, the impossible happened. The ground dragon smirked. Its massive, prehistoric maw curled upward in a way that should have been impossible for a creature of its kind. But it did. The smirk was not just a twitch, not just a subtle motion. It was intentional, calculated, dripping with pure, unfiltered sadism. The gleaming fangs, stained with the remnants of past battles, peeked through its scaled lips. A chuckle followed. A sound so unnatural, so horrifyingly alien, that it sent an immediate, primal fear through the disciples. It wasn't laughter as humans knew it. It was guttural, deep, something between a growl and a rumbling quake, as if the beast was reveling in the sheer terror it had just induced. The sound scraped against their very souls, a reminder that they were nothing but prey. A chill ran down the spine of every single disciple present. Their faces paled, their limbs locked up, and for a long, agonizing moment, none of them moved. None of them could. The dragon's eyes, now fully aglow, bore into them with an intelligence that shouldn't have existed in a savage beast. Then, one disciple, unable to take it any longer, screamed. That scream was the trigger. One by one, they turned on their heels and ran, their pride as cultivators shattered in an instant. The composure they once had was gone, replaced by the pure, undiluted instinct to flee. Their movements were erratic, frantic, stumbling over roots, pushing past each other in their desperation to escape. They were no longer warriors, no longer cultivators of the esteemed Autumn Dragon sect. They were prey. And Wei Long now could understand what is the true persona of the beast. Suddenly, the bioengineered lizard's smirk widened, his maw parting ever so slightly. The sight of their retreating backs filled him with something he hadn't felt in a long time, something prehistoric, something exhilarating. Then, with a mighty push, the ground beneath him cracked as he launched forward. The chase had begun. Suddenly, bioengineered monsters would look at the 4 among the 9 that ran away. They are the slowest ones, so his eyes would glint in boredom. So he decided to focus on the boring ones first. On the other hand, the 5 disciples ran as fast as their cultivation-enhanced bodies would allow, their legs moving like the wind itself. Yet the horror behind them closed in relentlessly. They had been trained for battle, had fought ferocious spirit beasts, had faced tribal cultivators, and had even encountered demonic path practitioners. But never had they faced a beast like Thesa, a monstrosity that should have perished under their combined assault, yet now hunted them like prey. The first disciple, Liu Shen, had always been a pragmatic man. He wasn't the most talented of the sect, nor was he the most ambitious. He had joined the sect for the simple dream of providing a better life for his aging parents and younger siblings back in his home village. He recalled the small house they lived in, the way his mother would always wake him up before dawn to help in the fields, and the way his father would pat his head and call him a future cultivator even when he had no talent. His younger siblings always looked up to him, and now they would never see him again. As he tried to flee, he summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy to create a wind-step technique, enhancing his speed. But the ground dragon was faster. In an instant, the ground dragon was upon him. A set of impossibly large jaws clamped down on Liu Shen's body, splitting him in half. His last thought was a whispered apology to his family. The second disciple, Rong Hai, had been different. He had joined the sect not for family, but for revenge. His entire village had been massacred when he was a child, and from then on, he had sworn to become strong enough to wipe out those responsible. He had climbed the ranks, endured grueling training, and honed his swordsmanship until it was unparalleled among his peers. He had thought himself destined for greatness, for the day he would stand above all. But now, in the face of this monstrous entity, he felt the cold grip of fear. He turned, brandishing his sword with everything he had, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, but it did nothing. The dinosaur smirked before crushing him beneath one monstrous foot. Rong Hai's revenge, his destiny, ended in a splatter of blood and broken bones. The third disciple, Yan, had always been the pride of her family. She was the only daughter of a prominent elder in the sect, a genius since childhood, and expected to rise to the very top. Unlike the others, she had never truly known hardship. Everything had come easily to her, from her cultivation progress to the admiration of her peers. However, now, none of that mattered. Now, she was simply prey. As she fled, she desperately used every technique in her arsenal, teleporting short distances, erecting barriers, using explosive talismans, but nothing stopped the monster behind her. In the end, she tripped, just for a fraction of a second, and that was enough. The last thing she saw was the dinosaur's jaws snapping shut around her torso, and the pain was unlike anything she had ever known. And then, nothing. The fourth disciple, Xjun, had been the quiet one, the one who never stood out, who never sought attention. He had only joined the sect to escape the confines of his dull, oppressive village life, to see the world beyond the endless rice fields and narrow streets. He had never wanted to be a hero or a warrior, only to survive and live freely. But fate had other plans. Now, he was running for his life, every muscle screaming in exhaustion. He knew it was hopeless. He had seen the others fall, and he knew he was next. As he felt the monstrous breath behind him, he turned, just for a moment, meeting the gaze of the bioengineered dinosaur. He had always wondered what his end would be like. Now, he knew. The creature lunged, jaws closing, and Xjun's world went dark. With all 4 dead, the ground dragon let out a guttural, sadistic laugh, a horrifying, prehistoric sound that sent chills through the remaining 5 disciples who still ran, their panic reaching an unbearable peak. And then, Wei Long moved, his monstrous form launching forward once more, continuing the hunt. The bioengineered lizard moved with terrifying precision in the forest, its monstrous senses guiding it through the dense wilderness like a reaper searching for its final harvest. He was like the biggest fish in the pond. The 5 remaining disciples had fled in different directions, but to a predator as advanced as Wei Long's current form, it was a mere exercise in patience. The surrounding beasts cowered in fear, sensing the unnatural presence of something that should not exist. Though the creatures attempted to retreat, their slow movements meant nothing to the prehistoric terror that now ruled these lands. With a single deep inhale, the bioengineered lizard expanded its awareness, locking onto the fleeing cultivator's scents. The hunt had begun. The first disciple, Liu Feng, had taken refuge among a pack of ironhide boars, believing that blending with the stampede would offer cover. However, Wei Long, ever the sadistic predator, had other plans. With a single earth-shaking roar, he sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. The sound wave disrupted the herd's balance, sending the iron-skinned beasts crashing into one another in a chaotic frenzy. As the boars trampled over each other in confusion, Liu Feng found himself pinned beneath the weight of their massive bodies. He struggled, clawing at the dirt, his chi surging to reinforce his limbs. But before he could extricate himself, Wei Long's massive foot came down with a sickening crunch. Liu Feng screamed, his body flattened in an instant, his blood staining the churned earth. The beast let out a low, guttural chuckle, reveling in the sheer despair he had caused. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao had sought higher ground, using his movement technique to leap atop towering boulders. He thought he was safe. He was wrong. Wei Long, analyzing his prey's strategy, didn't chase immediately. Instead, he let out a series of rapid, high-pitched roars, imitating the call of an apex predator. The result was immediate. Panicked flying beasts, sensing a coming calamity, launched themselves into the sky, their flapping wings creating a furious windstorm that shook the treetops and the boulders alike. Jiang Tao barely had time to react as the rock beneath his feet cracked and gave way. He plummeted, twisting midair in an attempt to land safely. But before he could touch the ground, a massive shadow loomed over him. The bioengineered lizard lunged, snapping its enormous jaws shut around Jiang Tao mid-fall. The sickening crunch echoed through the land as the predator casually tossed the lifeless body aside, already eager to find his next victim. Qi Rong and Shen Mu had fled together, banking on their combined strength to escape. They wove through the dense foliage, using every movement technique at their disposal. Their chests burned with exertion, their minds racing for a plan. But Wei Long was relentless. He didn't need to follow them directly. He had already calculated their trajectory. With a calculated stomp, he sent a wave of earth rolling forward, triggering an artificial landslide. Rocks and trees came crashing down, forcing the two to redirect their path into a narrow ravine. As soon as they entered, Wei Long leapt forward, blocking the exit with his massive frame. His glowing, reptilian eyes narrowed, and his lips curled into a grotesque smirk. Qi Rong trembled. "This isn't a beast. This is a demon." Shen Mu roared defiantly, summoning his qi-infused spear and thrusting it forward with all his might. The weapon struck Wei Long's hind ear and bounced off harmlessly. The ground dragon tilted its head, almost amused, before exhaling a breath of radioactive energy. The ravine filled with a thick, nauseating mist, and within seconds, their skin began to blister and decay. Qi Rong gagged, his vision blurring. He tried to run, but his legs gave out beneath him. Shen Mu fared no better, his flesh melting away as he screamed in agony. Wei Long watched impassively, waiting until both had collapsed into lifeless husks. He stepped over their remains, leaving behind nothing but charred bones. The last disciple, Zhen Wu, was the only one left. He had managed to recover his spiritual qi and got himself to fly in the sky, his sword carrying him through the skies at breakneck speed. However, Wei Long was not done playing yet. He lifted his head and let out a chilling, bone-rattling roar, a roar designed not just to terrify but to disrupt. The sky itself seemed to tremble. Birds scattered, and even the floating sword beneath Zhen Wu's feet vibrated violently. His balance wavered. "No, no, no, Stay steady," he cried, pouring all his chi into stabilizing himself. But Wei Long had already predicted his struggle. With one last burst of force, the bioengineered lizard leapt impossibly high, his jaws snapping shut just as Zen Wu lost control. The disciple barely had time to scream before his body disappeared between rows of serrated teeth. Wei Long landed with a thunderous crash, tilting his head back to swallow the last piece of his meal. As the last echoes of his victims' deaths faded, Wei Long exhaled slowly, his body radiating a deep sense of prehistoric satisfaction. Then, as he licked the remnants of his hunt from his fangs, his eyes flickered upward. The aerial stampede had parted, and floating above the carnage was a furious middle-aged man clad in an immortal cultivation robe, his chi roiling like an approaching storm. Wei Long bared his teeth. The elder descended like an executioner from the heavens, his fury palpable, his killing intent thick enough to suffocate the air itself. As soon as his feet touched the ruined earth, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body. It was not merely an aura, it was a force of nature, an invisible weight that bore down upon the entire battlefield. The ground dragon, once an apex predator that had toyed with his disciples, now found itself crushed beneath an incomprehensible might. Its massive body quivered, its knees buckling as it was forced to kneel. Wei Long, still trapped within the consciousness of the bioengineered dinosaur, felt a wave of shock. This level of power broken bar, it was beyond anything he had encountered. He knew that the instincts of the creature he inhabited did not tolerate submission. It was designed, crafted, and bred to be the ultimate predator. And yet, before this middle-aged man, it was utterly powerless. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the dinosaur's throat, vibrating through the earth like a prelude to an eruption. The creature's muscles strained, trying to fight against the suffocating aura, but its body refused to move. Wei Long felt the boiling rage within its mind, an animalistic hatred toward anything that could dare to suppress it. The elder's eyes burned with grief, but they held no mercy. His gaze swept over the mutilated remains of his disciples, their lifeless bodies scattered like discarded dolls. His breath hitched, and suddenly, he wept. Tears rolled down his weathered face, but his fury did not wane. Instead, it deepened, merging with his sorrow into something terrifyingly resolute. "You killed them," he whispered, his voice trembling. "My disciples, a broken bar, my children, a broken bar. They were so young, so full of life, a broken bar." His fingers clenched into fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Zhang Zhugang, a broken bar. He was always the first to rise and the last to sleep, training until his body could no longer stand. And Qirong, a broken bar. Oh, Yan Mei, a broken bar. She was kind, too kind for this world, but she dreamed of one day surpassing even the sect leader. The elder's voice cracked as he continued, each name spoken like a prayer, each memory a dagger to his heart. Xjun, a broken bar. He always laughed the loudest, no matter how hard the training was. Jiang Tao, he always made sure everyone ate before himself. A broken bar. A broken bar. They were good people. They were my family. His sorrow transformed into rage so intense it felt like the world itself trembled. The very air became heavier, crackling with spiritual energy. "And were broken bar, you took them from me." With a deafening roar, he struck. A single punch sent the bioengineered dinosaur crashing backward, its colossal body tearing through trees, shattering boulders, and carving a trench into the earth. Before it could react, the elder was already upon it, his fists like divine hammers descending from the heavens. Blow after blow rained down mercilessly, sending shockwaves through the land. The earth quaked, the sky howled, and each impact was a thunderclap of raw power. Wei Long felt the monstrous pain ripping through his very being. Every strike cracked bones, ruptured scales, and sent electric agony through the creature's nerves. The beast howled, its roars no longer triumphant but pained, enraged, humiliated. Blood splattered the ground, staining the elder's robes, yet he did not stop. He could not stop. His disciples' faces flashed through his mind with every strike, fueling his relentless assault. But something was wrong. The longer the battle raged, the harder the blows fell, the more the elder's expression began to change. He did not falter, nor did he hesitate, but slowly, something within him shifted. His movements, which had begun with righteous fury, started to slow ever so slightly. And then a broken bar he froze. His fists, raised high for another devastating strike, trembled in the air. His eyes widened in horror as he looked down at the ground dragon beneath him. "What a broken bar is this?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the chaos of destruction he had wrought. Elder Fushen stood still, his robes fluttering in the lingering energy of his unleashed aura. His gaze was locked on the monstrous ground dragon before him. Its massive body heaved with each breath, its scales marred with wounds from the relentless punishment he had delivered. Yet despite the overwhelming force he had exerted, something about this beast sent a chill down his spine. He could feel it. Its cultivation was rising rapidly. He clenched his fists. This isn't normal," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. Mortal beasts, even those that possessed rare bloodlines, never advanced at such an alarming rate. He had fought countless spirit beasts in his lifetime, tamed creatures for the sect, and even slain rogue monsters that threatened their domain. But never had he encountered something like this. A deep frown marred his face as he recalled the strict classifications of beasts in the cultivation world. Mortal Chi, Mortal Awakening Chi, Mortal Adapting Chi, Mortal Foundation Establishment, and finally, Mortal Cow Formation. His disciples had been at the peak of Mortal Awakening Chi, mere steps away from breaking through to Mortal Adapting Chi. And yet, this beast, this abomination, with his experience of observing beasts all his life, had probably started as a mortal Chi beast when they first encountered it. Now, within a matter of moments, it was already pushing into Mortal Foundation Establishment. Elder Fushen's breath hitched. "No," he whispered, his fingers tightening. "A beast with such potential. This is beyond rare. Beyond especially rare. Is it a quasi-unique? No. Could it be a unique class?" His heart pounded wildly at the thought. Unique class beasts were only heard of in the strongest sects, those that reigned at the top of the cultivation world. If he could tame this beast, if he could bring it under his control, then the Autumn Dragon sect would rise. They would no longer be a minor force, overshadowed by greater sects. They could ascend, challenge higher realms, and dominate. His grief for his fallen disciples wavered, pushed aside by an emotion far more consuming: greed. He took a step forward, his hands crackling with chi energy. "I will tame you," he declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "No matter how strong you become, there must be a limit. You will be my beast." The bio-engineered dinosaur, still crouched from the immense pressure, let out a deep, guttural growl. Its golden reptilian eyes flickered with an eerie intelligence. It could feel the overwhelming strength of the elder, but deep within its very core, instincts raged. A predator does not kneel. A predator does not submit. Wei Long, trapped within its consciousness, watched with fascination. The beast's ability to grow stronger within its chosen territory had reached absurd levels. It had become a force of nature, something even cultivators feared. But even so, against an opponent like Elder Fushen, it was still outmatched. Wei Long could feel it. He could feel the instinct of the beast, its rage, its resistance to submission. But could it truly win? The dinosaur roared, shaking the very earth beneath them. It lunged forward, claws extended, aiming for Elder Fushen's throat. But before it could even reach, a massive force slammed into its body, sending it skidding across the battlefield, tearing through boulders like they were mere pebbles. Yet it did not falter. It roared again, charging with reckless abandon, its thick tail whipping towards the elder. The force behind the swing could crush mountains. Elder Fushen, however, remained unimpressed. With a simple movement, he caught the tail with one hand, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The sheer display of power was suffocating. The elder's expression darkened. "You are strong, yes, but you lack control. You are nothing more than a wild beast, unrefined, untamed. I will beat the arrogance out of you and make sure to train you like an obedient pet." And so, the brutal beating resumed. Blow after blow landed upon the dinosaur's massive frame. Each strike from Elder Fushen cracked its bones, shattered its scales, and sent shockwaves through the surrounding terrain. The ground trembled, beasts from miles away fled in terror, and even the very air itself felt suffocating under the weight of the elder's fury. Yet, despite the overwhelming pain, despite the agony that threatened to consume it, The dinosaur did not break. It did not scream in pain. Instead, its growls grew deeper, more guttural. Its golden eyes never wavered, even as its body was reduced to a bloody mess. It was as if, despite the punishment, it was enjoying this battle. Elder Fushen gritted his teeth. "What are you?" he muttered. He had fought countless creatures, yet none had ever looked at him with such unyielding defiance. Even spirit beasts of higher rank would bow in submission before his might. But this thing, a broken bar, it was different. Then, suddenly, something changed. The golden glow in its eyes flickered. Its body swayed. Its breathing slowed. And then, it collapsed. A heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Elder Fushen remained still, watching intently. His instincts screamed at him, telling him that something was wrong. But what? The beast had finally fallen. Had its limits finally been reached? Was it truly defeated? He took a step forward, approaching cautiously. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. Then, he noticed something, a glint in the dinosaur's eyes. It was weak, barely noticeable, but it was there. The intelligence behind those golden pupils had not faded. It was watching, observing. A smirk slowly formed on its massive maw. Elder Fushen froze. Suddenly, the dinosaur's jaw stretched open wide the moment Elder Fushen stepped closer. Its massive fangs gleamed under the dim light, ready to snap down in an instant. But Fushen was prepared. With a snort of contempt, he struck out, his palm landing with earth-shattering force against the beast's skull. The impact created a shockwave that sent a gust of wind spiraling outward, bending the trees and sending debris flying. The bioengineered dinosaur's head slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench into the soil, yet its eyes still burned with unrelenting fury. "Pathetic," Fushen muttered, standing tall atop its skull. "Attempting an ambush in such a crude manner. You think that's enough to take down this elder?" The ground dragon's nostrils flared, hot air blasting through them as its body twitched beneath him. Fushen, with an expression of cold curiosity, decided to experiment. He channeled pure chi into his palm and pressed it against the beast's rough hide. The ground dragon let out a guttural, snarling growl, but it remained immobilized. Fushen tilted his head. "You're different, aren't you? No ordinary beast. I wonder, how much punishment can you take?" He began testing its limits. First, he increased the pressure of his chi-infused palm. The beast's scales, initially resistant, began to crack slightly under the strain. Then, Fushen conjured his blade and slashed its back, watching as the wound sealed up almost immediately. "Regeneration too, huh?" he mused. He then sent wave after wave of spiritual force directly into the beast's core, observing how quickly it absorbed energy. The realization struck him: this creature wasn't just healing from his attacks, it was really growing stronger. Fushen's brow furrowed. If this thing kept adapting, kept evolving, it could become something truly monstrous. He didn't have the proper tools to contain it right now, and capturing a living specimen in such an unstable state was a risk he wasn't willing to take. Clicking his tongue, he stepped away from the beast's battered form. His eyes shifted toward the lifeless bodies of his disciples, their corpses littering the battlefield, some barely recognizable. He exhaled, forcing away any lingering sentiment. "Farewell, my disciples," he murmured, glancing over them one last time. "Your deaths will not be in vain. You have delivered a great gift to our sect." He turned back toward the beast, which was still twitching but unable to move. "I will return, and when I do, you will belong to the Autumn Dragon sect." With that, he took off, soaring into the sky, his robes billowing in the wind as he vanished into the horizon. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the bioengineered lizard roared in pure, seething fury. The sky trembled as its bellow echoed through the vast wilderness. The remaining beasts in the area shrieked in fear, scattering in all directions. But the rampage was only beginning. Fueled by an unquenchable rage, it tore through everything in its path. It lunged forward, slamming its massive tail into a row of trees, uprooting them like they were mere twigs. It snapped its jaws at anything that moved, crushing boulders into dust. It trampled over the remains of the disciples, its claws gouging deep trenches in the earth. Every stomp sent shockwaves across the land, causing the very ground to tremble beneath its wrath. The more it rampaged, the angrier it became. It was like a machine of destruction, a beast engineered solely to devastate anything in its way. Even harmless patches of grass were not spared. It scorched the land with its energy, leaving behind nothing but charred earth and debris. The sky darkened as dust and debris clouded the atmosphere. Birds screeched, fleeing in chaotic patterns, while weaker beasts collapsed from the sheer oppressive force of its presence. Its roar tore through the heavens, shaking the very foundation of the land itself. Still, it wasn't enough. Nothing could quench the frustration that burned within the creature's core. It wanted more destruction, more carnage, more blood to spill. But soon, there was nothing left to destroy. The forest had been reduced to a wasteland, the once thriving ecosystem now nothing but shattered remains. The bioengineered lizard finally slowed its movements, its heavy breath rumbling deep within its chest. Inside the consciousness of the beast, Wei Long chuckled darkly. He could feel the instinct raging within, seeking an outlet for its boundless aggression. But there was nothing left to kill, nothing left to rampage against. He sighed. Damn it, our broken bar, this thing is pissed as hell. For all the destruction, for all the chaos, the biggest problem still remained. How was he going to leave this place? That elder would return, and if he wasn't careful, he'd end up either dead or captured. Wei Long grimaced. If only I could take control of this body again. But as it stood, there was nothing he could do. He could only sit back and watch, waiting for an opportunity. Whatever, he muttered to himself. I'll figure something out. The bioengineered beast, its fury still simmering, let out one final, guttural growl before setting its sights on the horizon. I hope, Wei Long added. A broken bar. On the other hand, Red Ribbon and Zufang stumbled through the dense foliage, their bodies drenched in sweat, their lungs burning with exhaustion. Their panting filled the silent night, sharp, heavy, ragged breaths that echoed between them. The further they fled, the more suffocating the tension in their bodies became. Not long, they finally collapsed near the roots of a towering ancient tree, their hands pressing against their knees as they gasped for breath. Zufang clutched his chest, inhaling in rapid succession, his ribs expanding painfully. Red Ribbon leaned against the rough bark, closing his eyes as if that alone could calm the erratic pounding of his heart. Pant, pant, pant. Minutes passed, yet the struggle for breath did not ease. Zufang wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Red Ribbon, his voice cracking from the dryness in his throat. What the hell was that? Red Ribbon's eyes slowly opened, but the haunted look in them made Zufang's stomach churn. You saw it too, right? That wasn't the Wei Long we knew. Something is wrong. Zufang swallowed, the image of the monstrous, terrifying creature flashing in his mind. It looked like him. But it wasn't him. Maybe he was just in a bad mood? Red Ribbon suggested weakly, though his tone lacked conviction. Zufang scoffed. A bad mood? Are you joking? A bad mood doesn't make someone suddenly transform into a bloodthirsty, mindless killing machine. That was something else. Red Ribbon sighed, rubbing his temples. Then what? Do you think it was really Wei Long? Maybe it was something that looked like him? Or something controlling him? Zufang muttered, the words sending a chill down his own spine. A heavy silence settled between them as they both stared at the ground, their thoughts spiraling into the unknown. It's demonic Tao essence, Red Ribbon finally said. It has to be. Zufang's head snapped up, his eyes wide. Are you saying Wei Long has been corrupted? Red Ribbon shook his head. Not corrupted, but affected. We all know that exposure to demonic Tao energy can twist even the strongest minds. Maybe it was lying dormant in him the whole time, waiting for the right moment to take over. Zufang exhaled sharply. Then what do? We can't just go back to him. If he's under the influence of demonic Tao essence, then he's dangerous. Red Ribbon didn't answer. His silence made it obvious that he too didn't know what they should do. Before either of them could say another word, a strange rustling came from the trees behind them. They both tensed, their exhaustion forgotten, their hands moving toward their weapons instinctively. A low, guttural growl sent a shiver down their spines. Slowly, they turned toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the shadows was a beast unlike anything they had seen before. Its body was covered in dark, writhing veins that pulsed with an eerie, crimson glow. Its eyes burned with malevolent energy, and its elongated fangs dripped with a sickly, black substance. The demonic Tao essence clung to it like a second skin, twisting its form into something unnatural. Zhu Fang let out a hollow laugh. "I thought you said it was safe here?" Red Ribbon gritted his teeth. "Earlier, it was. Now, not so much." The beast lunged. They barely had time to react, their swords clashing against the corrupted creature's hide. It was faster, too fast. Every attack they landed was countered with twice the ferocity. The air became thick with the scent of decay, the oppressive aura of the demonic Tao essence weighing down on them. Just as they managed to wound it, another beast emerged from the shadows. Then another, and another. Within moments, they were surrounded. Zhu Fang cursed. "What the hell is happening?" Red Ribbon didn't answer. He was too focused on keeping himself alive. Blades flashed, claws tore, blood sprayed. The two of them fought with everything they had, but the corrupted beasts were relentless. Their strength did not wane, their numbers did not thin. Zhu Fang's frustration boiled over. "This is your fault. We should have never stayed here. We should have run farther." Red Ribbon gritted his teeth. "Oh, and where exactly would we have gone? Do you think anywhere is safe right now? You should have known. You're the one who insisted we stop. Now look at us. We're going to die here." Red Ribbon scoffed. "Maybe if you spent less time whining and more time fighting, we wouldn't be in this mess." Zhu Fang growled. "You arroganter." Before he could finish, another beast lunged at him, forcing him to parry instead of argue. They were losing ground. Hope began to dwindle. Their arms ached. Their legs felt like lead. They could no longer keep up. They were dead tired from running and no chi from their bodies remained. How can they fight back? The beasts sensed it. They closed in, their demonic eyes glowing hungrily. Zhu Fang clenched his fists. "Damn it!" And then at that critical moment, something happened. A roar. Not just any roar. A deafening, earth-shaking, primal roar that sent shockwaves through the entire forest. The beasts froze. Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon's eyes widened in horror. The air grew still. A terrifying presence made its presence obvious for them. Something far worse than the beasts with demonic Tao essence around them had arrived. And it sounded furious. The trembling was deafening to the ears of everyone around. An ominous drumbeat that reverberated through the ground, shaking loose debris, dislodging rocks, and making the very air tremble. Zhu Fang could barely stand, his legs weak as he gritted his teeth, his breath short and uneven. Red Ribbon, on the other hand, was silent, his lips pressed together in a tight line, his fingers flexing as if preparing to either fight or flee. The beasts tainted by demonic Tao essence, the very creatures that had been mercilessly giving them pressure, now stood frozen in place, their grotesque forms unmoving, their twisted expressions devoid of the hunger and malice they had carried just moments before. Their feral instincts had warned them something far worse had arrived. The rumbling deepened, each impact against the earth sending a pulse of force through the surroundings. Louder and louder, the sheer power behind each approaching step increased, an overwhelming, oppressive force pressing against everything in its path. Trees swayed, birds scattered, and the ground cracked beneath the growing pressure of an unseen force. Zhu Fang swallowed hard, sweat running down his temple, his fingers trembling. Then, the beasts turned. They no longer looked at Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon. It was as if the two cultivators had ceased to exist, insignificant specks in the vast expanse of something greater. The demonic Tao-tainted creatures, once consumed by relentless aggression, now seemed to acknowledge a hierarchy they had no choice but to obey. Their heads twisted, eyes locked onto the source of the sound, and in perfect unison, they roared and charged toward the encroaching presence. Then they saw him. Wei Long. His monstrous form emerged from the darkness, the bio-engineered dinosaur's body brimming with raw, unrestrained violence. His presence was no longer that of a beast merely hunting for survival. It was of something much worse. His eyes, once filled with cunning, were now wild and furious. His lips curled back, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth dripping with saliva. His nostrils flared, inhaling the scent of the cursed creatures before him, and his claws twitched with eager anticipation. And then, hell was unleashed. Wei Long tore through the first demonic Tao beast with terrifying ease. His massive jaw clamped down upon its body, splintering bones and rupturing flesh in a single bite. The creature screeched in agony, but it was brief. For Wei Long's jaws twisted and ripped its torso apart with grotesque efficiency, its mangled remains scattering in the wind. Black blood sprayed in wide arcs, painting the surroundings in a horrifying display of deathly carnage. The other creatures hesitated, their instincts screaming at them to flee, but their tainted essence demanded they fight. Another lunged at him, its claws gleaming with dark energy, but Wei Long was faster. A swipe of his tail shattered its ribcage, sending the beast careening into a nearby tree with such force that its spine snapped on impact. It howled in pain, writhing on the ground, but Wei Long did not grant mercy. He stomped down upon its skull, crushing it beneath his weight. The sickening crunch was followed by silence, and then more screams. Wei Long's fury did not wane, it only grew. He rampaged through the horde with methodical brutality, using every ounce of his engineered strength to dismantle his enemies. His claws sheared through flesh like wet parchment, his teeth tore through sinew as if it were nothing more than fragile twine. He whipped his tail, sending two more creatures flying, their bodies colliding midair before crashing into jagged rocks below. A third beast leapt at him from above, but with a single upward snap of his head, he caught it in his jaws and twisted violently, tearing its head clean from its shoulders. Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon could do nothing but watch, frozen in horror. They had seen battles before, had fought against ferocious creatures, but this was different. This was not a fight. This was annihilation. This was a massacre. Wei Long roared, his voice shaking the heavens, his eyes ablaze with an insatiable wrath. His body moved with primal grace, each motion calculated yet overflowing with unchecked savagery. He did not merely kill, he desecrated. He made the beasts suffer. He made them understand their insignificance. He made them fear. The remaining creatures attempted to flee, but it was too late. Wei Long pursued with relentless speed, his massive body a blur of lethal precision. One beast barely managed to turn before his talons raked across its side, splitting its torso open in a single, fluid move. Another, thinking itself safe in the distance, was caught by a hurled boulder the size of a carriage, its bones shattering upon impact. The last few tried to scatter in all directions, but Wei Long charged, his rampage leaving a trail of destruction behind him. One by one, they fell. One by one, they were erased. One by one, they were devoured. Zhu Fang clutched his chest, his breath shallow. Red Ribbon had a deathly pale expression, his eyes locked onto the carnage. The blood, the viscera, the sheer brutality. It was beyond anything they could have imagined. And then, it was over. The ground was soaked with blood. Limbs and shattered remains lay scattered like broken dolls. The stench of death permeates thick in the air. Wei Long stood in the center of it all, his body heaving with each heavy breath. His claws dripped with the life he had stolen, his mouth still smeared with the remnants of his enemies. He turned slightly, as if searching for more prey, his gaze sweeping the land, his expression unfulfilled. That was when Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon realized they were still here. They had stayed too long. Wei Long's gaze flickered toward them, and the air grew impossibly heavy. Zhu Fang's heart nearly stopped. Red Ribbon's fists clenched involuntarily. They had to leave. They had to run. Without a word, without hesitation, they turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Their feet pounded against the blood-soaked earth, their lungs burning, their minds screaming. The only thought that consumed them was escape before the beast they once called Wei Long decided that they, too, were prey. And behind them, standing amidst the ruined battlefield, Wei Long let out a final, satisfied exhale, his fury momentarily sated. However, deep within his mind, Wei Long's consciousness stirred. He chuckled. What luck for these two. Broken bar. A broken bar. Not long, Wei Long reached the two after dealing with the rest of the beast afflicted by demonic Tao essence. His heavy steps crushed the ground beneath him, each impact reverberating like the toll of a massive war drum. Zhu Fang trembled, his entire body paralyzed with fear, his mind failing to process anything except survival. He fell to his knees, his breath uneven, his hands clasped together in desperation. Please, Wei Long. I was wrong. I was wrong to call you my tamed beast. You are greater than any of us. Please spare me. You can do whatever you want. You can make me serve you instead. You can make me your servant. No, your follower, your most devoted believer." His voice cracked as he pleaded, his face streaked with tears. "If you wish, I'll crawl, I'll bow, I'll give you anything. Just let me live, just let me live." But Wei Long did not stop. He continued forward, his form towering like an unstoppable force of nature, his eyes still burning with that cold, distant, yet all-consuming madness. Zhu Fang's desperation only grew. He flung himself to the ground, groveling before the monstrous being. "Please, you're not like those mindless beasts. You have wisdom. You have power. Well, you don't need to kill me. You don't need to. I swear I'll follow you to the ends of the earth." His fingers dug into the dirt, his forehead pressing against the cold ground as his entire body quaked with pitiful sobs. "Spare me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'll do anything." Red Ribbon, however, simply watched. Unlike Zhu Fang, he did not beg. He did not plead. He merely sighed and straightened himself. Though his contract with Zhu Fang had elevated him to a pseudo-unique class of beast, it was clear that such power meant nothing now. "Enough, Zhu Fang." Red Ribbon's voice was low, calm, yet somehow filled with the weight of inevitability. "If it ends here, then so be it." Zhu Fang's head snapped toward him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What? Are you insane? Fight back." "We have to do something." Red Ribbon shook his head. "We had our chances. We made our choices. And now, we pay the price." As if acknowledging his decision, Wei Long's enormous claws slammed into Red Ribbon, pinning him to the ground. There was no resistance, no struggle. Red Ribbon merely exhaled, closing his eyes as if surrendering to the inevitable. Zhu Fang screamed in horror. "No, no, please." Wei Long's jaws opened, his teeth gleaming with lethal intent. He lowered his head, his mouth coming closer and closer to Red Ribbon's neck. The pressure in the air grew thick, suffocating. Zhu Fang couldn't even bring himself to move anymore. Then, suddenly Wei Long froze. His entire body stiffened. His jaws, mere inches from Red Ribbon's neck, did not snap shut. His eyes, wild and murderous, flickered. A strange, black miasma began to seep out of his massive form, spiraling and writhing like living shadows. Zhu Fang gasped as the miasma thickened, swallowing Wei Long's form entirely. It was as if the darkness itself had taken hold of him, warping and twisting in unpredictable patterns. Red Ribbon, still beneath the weight of the beast, barely opened his eyes, catching sight of the strange phenomenon. The sheer malevolence of the miasma was suffocating. It was thick, dense, and felt almost like a living entity, pulsating with a power neither of them could comprehend. The black miasma grew denser, shrouding Wei Long completely. The ground trembled, the air shuddered, and the silence. An agonizing, excruciatingly long silence. A silence that stretched beyond time itself. Seconds, minutes, hours. They couldn't tell. The swirling abyss of miasma consumed their very sense of reality, making them question if they were still even alive. Then, without warning, the darkness dispersed. Wei Long stood there, his form returned to that of a humanoid beast, no longer the towering ground dragon that had instilled so much fear. His features were sharp, his expression bewildered, as if he himself had no idea what had just occurred. His hands flexed instinctively, feeling no longer the monstrous claws of the bio-engineered terror, but his own hands, a human-like, familiar, yet foreign all at once. And then he exhaled. A single word escaped his lips. A word so simple, so mundane, yet in this moment, it was the most absurd thing that either Zhu Fang or Red Ribbon could have ever imagined. "Huh?" Silence stretched once more, but this time, it was different. It was the silence of disbelief, of confusion, of sheer incomprehension. Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon simply stared at him, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Wei Long blinked. He looked down at his own hands, then back at the two figures before him. "What just happened?" Zhu Fang's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. But no words came out. Even Red Ribbon, usually composed, had nothing to say, because at that moment, nothing made sense anymore. However, one thing is for sure. Wei Long, the one they know, is back. Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon stood frozen, staring at Wei Long with disbelief. They had seen him just moments ago, a monstrous, unrecognizable force of destruction, and now he stood before them, tamed looking once more, wearing the same expression of confusion that mirrored their own. Yet, Their instincts screamed at them to be careful. What if this was just another trick? What if he was still the same creature that had nearly torn them apart? Are you really back? Zhu Fang was the first to break the silence, his voice shaky yet demanding. He took a cautious step forward, eyes darting over Wei Long's figure, searching for any hint of deception. Wei Long frowned. What do you mean by that? Of course, I'm back. I'm always me. Red Ribbon crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Then explain what just happened. Wei Long opened his mouth, then closed it. He let out a long sigh and scratched his head. Honestly, I have no idea. No idea? Zhu Fang's voice cracked. You turned into a monster. You slaughtered everything, and now you just say you have no idea. Are we supposed to just accept that? How do we know it won't happen again? Wei Long grimaced. I guess I lost control. I was hungry. Red Ribbon narrowed his eyes. Hungry? Zhu Fang blinked. What do you mean, hungry? Are you saying that just being hungry made you into that thing? Wei Long nodded slowly. Yeah, I think so. Zhu Fang threw his hands up in frustration. So let me get this straight. All of that of the madness, the massacre, the sheer monstrous energy was because you were hungry? Wei Long sighed. It sounds stupid when you put it that way, but yes. Zhu Fang started pacing, his voice growing louder and more hysterical. What kind of hunger does that to a person? Normal hunger makes you cranky, makes your stomach hurt, but it doesn't turn you into a flesh-ripping nightmare. Are you telling me that if you don't eat for a few hours, you'll become a monster again? Red Ribbon rubbed his temples. Calm down, Zhu Fang. We need to understand this first. Wei Long, when did you first notice this hunger? How bad did it get? Wei Long hesitated. It wasn't like normal hunger. It was deeper, like something inside me was gnawing away at my sanity. I could feel it building up, but I ignored it. No, I don't have a choice at that time because of that lion. Then, before I knew it, everything went black, and the next thing I remember. He glanced at the carnage surrounding them. This. Zhu Fang clenched his fists. And eating doesn't solve it? Wei Long shook his head. I don't think food is what my body needs. It's something else. Something else? Zhu Fang's voice was sharp with disbelief. So let me get this straight. You're telling me that eating regular meat won't stop you from turning into a mindless killing machine? Then what will? Wei Long exhaled heavily. I don't know, Zhu Fang. If I knew, I wouldn't have let this happen. Zhu Fang let out a frustrated scream, his face contorted in exasperation. So we're just supposed to live with the fact that, at any moment, you could lose control and kill us all? That if you get too hungry again, we're dead? He ran his fingers through his hair wildly. What kind of insane condition is this? Who even gets a transformation trigger like that? I've heard of cultivation deviations, demonic possession, berserker rage, but hunger? What kind of nightmare are we dealing with? Red Ribbon exhaled, forcing himself to stay calm. We'll figure it out. Losing our heads won't help, Zhu Fang scoffed. Losing our heads is exactly what's at stake here. Literally. Wei Long let out a dry chuckle. I don't blame you for freaking out, Zhu Fang. But I don't have the answers you want right now. Zhu Fang scowled. Then what do we do? Wait around and hope you don't suddenly snap again? Wei Long lowered his gaze. I don't know. Zhu Fang gritted his teeth. Unbelievable. Red Ribbon exhaled. For now, let's focus on staying alive. We can figure this out later. Zhu Fang groaned but didn't argue further. The air was thick with tension, none of them knowing what to say next. But then, just as Wei Long lowered his gaze in thought, his eyes landed on something unusual. A transparent orb lay on the ground before him, pulsing with an eerie glow. Isn't that the demonic orb he left, from the Beauty Diva squad before Xian and Glockenine left to go back to the demonic sect? Now, it was transparent. Could it be that the miasma from earlier came from this orb? Wei Long thought. After all, where could that thing come from if it's not in this demonic orb? Suddenly, Wei Long's prehistoric arm would tremble. Should I take this? He is not sure. After staring at it for a few minutes and hearing Zhu Fang rumble a lot of annoying words, he tried to reach for it. Wei Long's claws delicately wrapped around the orb. Its dark surface was still pulsating with a strange, eerie energy. A leftover? He narrowed his eyes. Somehow, he could feel the same raw, condensed hatred within its depths when he was covered by miasma that probably came from it. There was something unsettling about the way it vibrated faintly against his scaly skin. He had expected something more intense, but this was something completely different. Red Ribbon leaned in, his crimson fur bristling slightly as he sniffed the air. "What is that?" Before Wei Long could answer, Zhu Fang's face twisted in horror. His body stiffened as if he had seen a ghost. That's a demonic orb." Wei Long raised a brow. "A demonic orb?" Zhu Fang swallowed hard, his hands trembling. "Yes. And it's not something to take lightly." "Do you even know how one of those is created?" Wei Long simply shook his head, waiting for an answer, but the look in Zhu Fang's eyes already told him it was nothing pleasant. Zhu Fang took a deep breath before he continued, his voice slow and filled with underlying dread. "It's an abomination. A product of sheer cruelty and malice. It begins with capturing hundreds thousands of beasts. Not just any beasts, but those with immense potential, those with intelligence, those who struggle when they feel pain." Wei Long's grip tightened on the orb, sensing the weight of his words. "They are caged in dark, suffocating chambers, bound by chains infused with dark essence. Every day, their flesh is cut, their bones broken, and their chi is extracted through forbidden techniques. They scream, they wail, they beg, but no one listens. Their suffering isn't meant to end quickly. It's meant to last." Red Ribbon shuddered, his ears flattening. That's monstrous." "Monstrous doesn't even begin to cover it," Zhu Fang said bitterly. "Each beast is pushed beyond the threshold of despair, hatred sinking into their very souls. Then, at the height of their agony, when their will is broken, their bodies weakened, they are brought to a ritual circle. Their hearts are carved out while they're still alive." Wei Long's expression darkened. He looked down at the orb again, feeling a sudden sense of nausea. The blood from their still beating hearts is collected and dripped onto an empty, lifeless stone. But this isn't just a normal stone. It's something that absorbs their very essence, their hate, their grief, their rage. It takes months, sometimes years, for the orb to fully form, and when it does, it carries the will of thousands of tormented creatures. The atmosphere around them turned suffocatingly thick. Even the wind seemed to die down, as if nature itself refused to acknowledge the orb's existence. Wei Long clenched his fist around it. "So you're telling me that in order for me to maintain my sanity when I transform, I'd have to create something like this?" Zhu Fang hesitated before nodding slowly. "Yes." Wei Long let out a low growl, frustration bubbling beneath his skin. "I refuse. There has to be another way." Red Ribbon, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Then why not go to a demonic sect?" Both Wei Long and Zhu Fang turned to him sharply. "A demonic sect?" Zhu Fang repeated in disbelief. "Are you insane?" "That's the last place we should be going." Red Ribbon shook his head. "Think about it. If we can't create the orb ourselves, then the next best thing is to find those who already know how to control the demonic Tao. A demonic sect is full of people who study this kind of energy, who harness it, who manipulate it. If there's any place where Wei Long can find an alternative method to keep his mind stable, it would be there." Wei Long mulled over the suggestion, his tail twitching slightly. He hated the idea of relying on something so foul, but he couldn't deny the logic in Red Ribbon's words. Zhu Fang's face was pale. "You're seriously considering this?" Wei Long exhaled sharply through his nostrils. "If it means I can prevent myself from losing control, then I don't have much of a choice." The three of them stood in silence, the weight of their decision pressing down on them. A demonic sect. A place of darkness, corruption, and unimaginable horrors. If they chose this path, there was no telling what awaited them. But for Wei Long, this was no longer about fear or morality. This was survival. "Then it's decided," he said finally. "We go to a demonic sect." Zhu Fang's face twisted in utter despair, his body trembling uncontrollably as his knees buckled beneath him. His cries echoed through the forest, raw and desperate, as if the weight of the world had just been placed upon his shoulders. "No, no, no, I can't go there. I can't. I don't want to die." "Do you know what happens to people who enter demonic sects? It's a life of endless torment, suffering, and betrayal. I refuse. I refuse to live like that." His wailing continued, each sob growing more hysterical, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he shook his head wildly. Tears streamed down Zhu Fang's face as he gripped his own clothes tightly, his nails digging into his flesh as he continued his rant. The life of a demonic cultivator is hell itself. You are constantly hunted by righteous sects. There is no place to call home, no rest, no safety. You live in the shadows, running from one massacre to the next. Even your so-called allies will turn against you for power. Your own master might sacrifice you for their cultivation. The demonic path is filled with nothing but backstabbing, pain, and madness. He collapsed onto the ground, his body heaving as his voice cracked under the strain of his own hysteria. You're forced to cultivate with blood. You can't trust anyone. You have to kill and kill just to survive. And even then, there is no guarantee you'll live. Because one day, a righteous cultivator will find you, and that will be the end. No mercy, no trial, just death, a brutal, painful, horrible death. You'll be torn apart and left to rot like a worthless beast. I don't want that. I can't live like that. Red Ribbon scoffed, folding his arms as he glanced down at Zhu Fang, unimpressed. Are you done? No. You don't understand. You don't understand, Zhu Fang howled. I've met demonic cultivators before. Do you know what they told me? They wish they were never born. That's how bad it is. Imagine living every day in constant paranoia, knowing that one mistake means you'll be hunted down like an animal. Imagine watching your fellow disciples betray each other, poison each other, just for a slight advantage in cultivation. Imagine the nightmares of hearing your sect members screaming in agony as they are used as materials for experiments. Imagine knowing that every person you meet might kill you just to take your demonic essence for themselves. Do you think you can survive that kind of life? Because I can't. I can't do it. I refuse to do it. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging so deep into his palms that blood began to seep out. And if we somehow survive, do you know what happens when the righteous sects catch us? Do you? We don't get a quick death. No, they make sure we suffer. They hang demonic cultivators upside down and let them bleed out slowly. They set our bodies on fire while we're still alive. They skin us alive. They rip out our souls and seal them inside tormented artifacts where we scream for eternity. I'd rather throw myself off a cliff than become a demonic cultivator. I'd rather gouge out my own eyes than step foot in a demonic sect. Wei Long and Red Ribbon exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Zhu Fang's breath came in short, shallow gasps as he stared at them, waiting for their response. But instead of sympathy, all he saw was cold determination. Red Ribbon spoke first, his voice laced with impatience. You don't have a choice. Wei Long nodded in agreement. We must go now. Zhu Fang's body went rigid, his eyes widening in sheer horror. No, no, no. Please, listen to me. There has to be another way. Anything but this. Please, I'll do anything. Just don't make me go there. He racked his brain desperately, searching for any possible alternative. And then, suddenly, an idea struck him. His head snapped up, his eyes wild with hope. Wait, stop. I have a better idea. Wei Long and Red Ribbon paused, their gazes narrowing slightly in suspicion. Zhu Fang hurriedly scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling with urgency. Why don't we go to a righteous sect instead, like the Autumn Dragon sect? That's where we are now, right? They always hunt demonic sects. If we join a righteous sect, we'll have access to demonic artifacts much more easily. We can let the righteous cultivators do all the work for us. Think about it. They already track down demonic sects and exterminate them. If we're part of a righteous sect, we can get our hands on demonic orbs without putting ourselves in danger. It's the safest and fastest way. Wei Long's eyes flickered with consideration. Go on. Zhu Fang's desperation fueled his words, and he began listing the benefits rapidly. First, righteous sects have resources. They have safe cultivation grounds. We won't have to live like rats hiding in the shadows. Second, righteous sects are powerful. If we're part of one, we don't have to worry about being hunted all the time. Third, righteous sects provide stability. We'll have a place to stay. We won't have to constantly run. Fourth, they have teachers. We can get stronger without needing to kill endlessly like demonic cultivators do. And most importantly, he took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with desperation. We won't have to torture and kill innocent beasts just to create a demonic orb. We can just take them from the demonic cultivators the righteous sects kill. It's the perfect solution. Wei Long and Red Ribbon looked at each other, weighing the argument. So? Zhu Fang pressed, his heart pounding. What do you think? Doesn't this make more sense? Doesn't this sound like a better plan? A long silence followed. Then, finally, Wei Long gave a slow nod. All right. Red Ribbon sighed but also nodded. Fine. Zhu Fang nearly collapsed from relief, his legs weak beneath him. A breathless, shaky laugh escaped his lips. Thank heavens, a broken bar. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his hands still trembling. But despite his exhaustion, he wasn't taking any chances. He straightened up and launched into another speech, determined to keep them convinced. You won't regret this. Trust me, righteous sects are amazing. They have massive libraries filled with knowledge. They have powerful elders who can teach us things we'd never learn in the wild. They have alchemists who can refine miraculous pills that can help us grow stronger faster. They have legendary weapons, the tournaments, the sect missions, the prestige. Everything is better in a righteous sect. And the best part? We won't have to be paranoid about being backstabbed every second of the day. He nodded to himself, his voice growing steadier as he continued listing more and more advantages. The longer he spoke, the more excited he became. And don't even get me started on the sect competitions. They're legendary. Imagine proving yourself in front of thousands of cultivators. Imagine earning titles and respect. Imagine the grand halls, the spiritual springs, the divine treasure. Wei Long merely nodded again, cutting him off. All right. We get it. Zhu Fang grinned. So it's settled then. We're going to a righteous sect. Wei Long simply nodded once more. And with that, their path was decided. The trio continued their journey, with Zhu Fang and Red Ribbon exchanging uneasy glances. The curiosity in them had reached its peak, and they could no longer hold back their questions. Wei Long, what did it feel like when you were hungry? Zhu Fang asked cautiously. His voice trembled slightly, unsure if it was wise to bring up the subject again. Wei Long remained silent for a few moments, his reptilian eyes narrowing slightly as if searching for the right words. It was overwhelming, he finally muttered. Red Ribbon tilted his head, intrigued but wary. Overwhelming how? Wei Long let out a deep breath, his expression darkening. Imagine an endless void inside you, a hunger so deep that nothing satisfies it. You crave, but there is nothing to quench it. You hunt, but every kill only feeds the rage, not the hunger. It's like drowning in fire. Every second feels like eternity, yet you never die. Zhu Fang gulped. That's terrifying. But why? Why did you kill those beasts affected by demonic Tao essence without eating them? You just looked like you were having fun instead. Wei Long stopped walking, his gaze falling upon Zhu Fang, who instantly tensed up. Because if I ate them, I would go back to my normal self, or the one you're talking to right now. Zhu Fang's jaw dropped. Wait. You mean, whenever you eat a demonic Tao essence, you regain control? But if you don't, you go berserk? His voice rose with realization. And you deliberately avoided eating them because you wanted to stay in that state? You wanted to keep that hunger alive? Wei Long tilted his head slightly, contemplating the words. Yeah, that sounds about right. What? Zhu Fang screamed, grabbing his hair in frustration. Are you insane? Do you even understand what you're saying? You willingly keep yourself on the verge of madness just to enjoy the thrill of the hunt? Were you? Red Ribbon nodded, adding his own concern. I agree, that's dangerous. If you keep this up, you'll lose yourself completely one day. Wei Long smirked. Then I better be ready to hunt as long as I'm alive. Zhu Fang flailed his arms. No, absolutely not. Stop this madness. You have to eat properly. You can't just go around hunting demonic Tao beasts like some lunatic. You're still young, damn it. I'm still young. I don't want to die just because I got stuck with a hungry lunatic ground dragon with an identity crisis. He practically fell to his knees, begging Wei Long. Please, for the love of all things sacred, don't make this a habit. Please, please, please. Suddenly, Wei Long suddenly halted. A strange energy began to stir around him, Zufang and Red Ribbon stiffened as the air around them thickened with an oppressive aura. At first, it was subtly a mere trickle, but it soon became a torrential storm of energy swirling around him like a hurricane. "Oh no," Zufang whispered, his legs shaking. "No, no, no, no." "What's happening?" Red Ribbon's fur bristled as he took a cautious step back. He's turning into a mindless sadistic demon again. Before them, Wei Long stood still, eyes closed as his body trembled. The ground beneath him cracked and shuddered as more and more of his energy flooded out, forming an overwhelming wave of raw power. It was as if an invisible dam had burst, unleashing a flood that could drown the entire forest. Zufang let out a panicked shriek. "We need to get out of here now." Without hesitation, both Zufang and Red Ribbon turned and bolted, running for their lives. However, before they could take more than a few steps, Wei Long's voice cut through the chaos. "No, don't leave." They froze. The energy storm suddenly halted, vanishing as abruptly as it had begun. The suffocating pressure lifted, and the world seemed to return to normal. Wei Long looked up, his expression unreadable. Then, in a voice that was both casual and mildly amused, he said, "Relax. I was just on the verge of breaking through to the mortal awakening Chi realm." Silence. Zufang and Red Ribbon stared at him, their eyes wide with absolute disbelief. The two of them remained cautious, their bodies tense as they stood before Wei Long, who seemed to be enjoying their paranoia a little too much. Who wouldn't be? They exchanged glances, silently urging the other to speak first, but ultimately, their combined anxiety spilled out into a barrage of questions. Zufang's voice was shrill. "Wei Long, you won't eat us, right? You wouldn't suddenly decide that we're better off as snacks? I mean, you said your hunger took over your body before, so what if it happens again? What if we're just standing here, talking, and suddenly you get hungry again? What then? Do you have control? Are you sure?" "How sure? What percentage of sure?" Red Ribbon, not to be outdone in his concern, followed up immediately. "Yeah, what if you just suddenly snap? I mean, we've seen it. It wasn't you. It wasn't the Wei Long we know. 1 second you were normal, and the next, you were a complete monster. You didn't even think. It was pure instinct, pure hunger, pure." Red Ribbon shivered. Something else. "What if that happens again? What if right now, you're just playing with us, lulling us into a false sense of security before Obama you take a big, delicious bite?" Wei Long, at first, was amused. But as the questioning continued, his amusement grew into something else entirely. Zufang wasn't finished. "What if we're not safe at all? What if this entire time, you're just pretending to be in control? What if eating us would actually make you feel even better? What if the demonic Tao essence made you enjoy the thrill of the hunt? What if we're standing here, waiting for our deaths, like fools?" "What if?" Wei Long finally snapped his fingers. "Enough. You guys are giving me a headache." Both Zufang and Red Ribbon flinched but didn't lower their guard. "Listen," Wei Long said, exasperated. "If I wanted to eat you, I would have done it already." The silence that followed his words was deafening. Zufang and Red Ribbon gulped. Zufang slowly raised his hand. "But what if?" Wei Long groaned, rubbing his temples. "That's it, Zufang, open your spiritual see." Zufang's paranoia kicked into high gear. "What? Why? Are you trying to take over my body? Are you planning to consume my soul? Devour my very essence?" Wei Long sighed deeply, shaking his head. "No, I need a quiet place to break through, and your spiritual see is the best option right now." Zufang blinked. Why? Wei Long stared at him blankly. "Because I said so." Zufang took a step back. "That's not an answer." Wei Long rolled his eyes. "If I could devour your spiritual see, I would have done it already." Zufang shivered. "That's not reassuring." However, Wei Long just stared at him with a serious look on his prehistoric predator face. Despite his fear, Zufang hesitated only for a moment longer before sighing in resignation. His lips trembled as he muttered under his breath, "Spirits of the heavens, ancestors of my lineage, mighty forces of fate, please do not let me become a mindless husk. If I die today, let it be painless. If I lose my body, let it be quick. If I become a puppet to a soul-consuming dinosaur, please let me keep my dignity. I, Zufang, have lived a short life, but I have enjoyed her. Wei Long groaned. Just open the spiritual seal already. Inside he was grinning. You are already under my control, little buddy, you are just not that aware of it. Then, Zhu Fang let out a final whimper before slowly complying. A soft glow formed behind his back, and as he shut his eyes, the energy pulsed outward, signaling the opening of his spiritual domain. Wei Long wasted no time. With the grace of a ghost, his form flickered and vanished like a wisp of smoke. Red Ribbon, after casting one last glance at Zhu Fang, and he would say, "Don't worry, I'll take a good observation of him inside," and then he nodded firmly and followed him in. Zhu Fang, still shaking, would be stunned. "Ooh!" And then he clenched his fists. "Please be safe, and please, for the love of the heavens, don't let me regret this." But before Zhu Fang could process anything further, something else happened. A sudden voice interrupted the moment. "You there?" Zhu Fang stiffened, his heart jumping into his throat. He turned sharply, his breath hitching when he saw the approaching figure from where the sound could be. In the sky, floating, it was a cultivator from the Autumn Dragon sect. The cultivator's robes bore the distinct insignia of the sect, the swirling dragon embroidery a clear testament to his affiliation. His gaze was sharp, scrutinizing Zhu Fang like a predator studying prey. "Come with me," the cultivator ordered. "The elders are conducting a search." Zhu Fang felt his stomach drop. Search? His mind raced. Had they sensed Wei Long's energy eruption? Were they suspicious of what was happening here? Did they know that two beasts had just entered his spiritual sea? If they did, what would happen next? Swallowing his fear, Zhu Fang forced an awkward smile and took a cautious step back. "Ah. What kind of search?" The cultivator didn't blink. "The kind where refusal isn't an option." Zhu Fang felt sweat trickling down his back. There was a foreboding feeling that the situation had just gone from bad to worse. Zhu Fang stumbled slightly as he was led deeper into the sect grounds, his steps heavy with both caution and exhaustion. The path they walked on was made of smooth, polished stone, though cracks and dried bloodstains hinted at the chaos that had recently unfolded. Lanterns hung from curved wooden beams, their soft, flickering light casting eerie shadows against the grand structures of the Autumn Dragon sect. Towering pagodas stretched into the sky, adorned with intricate carvings of coiling dragons, their eyes glinting in the moonlight like they were alive and watching. Smoke from incense burners drifted lazily in the night air, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood and herbs. As they approached a vast open courtyard, Zhu Fang's gaze swept over the scene before him. Dozens of unnamed disciples were gathered here, some sitting against pillars, others lying on cloth mats hastily laid out by sect attendants. Many of them were covered in bandages, their robes torn and stained with blood, signs of the recent battle evident on their weary faces. Murmurs filled the air as the injured spoke in hushed voices. "Did you see it? That creature? It tore through them like paper. I barely escaped. If it weren't for the elders arriving, we'd all be dead. I saw senior brother Lu Feng take on 3 demonic cultivators at once. He was incredible. But he didn't make it." Zhu Fang swallowed hard, his heart pounding. Every disciple here had their own horror story, their own brush with death. Some were clutching talismans, their hands shaking as they whispered prayers. Others sat silently, eyes vacant, still processing the trauma of what had transpired. A group of disciples were gathered around a makeshift healer's station, where a young woman was applying medicinal salves to a man's shoulder. He winced but didn't make a sound, his face set in a hard grimace. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice boomed through the courtyard, silencing all conversation instantly. "Attention, disciples!" Everyone turned toward the grand staircase leading to the sect's main hall, where a figure in ornate robes stood tall. His flowing white and gold robes shimmered under the lantern light, the insignia of the Autumn Dragon sect embroidered in shimmering thread upon his chest. His face was stern, his long beard neatly combed, his piercing gaze scanning the assembled crowd with authority. "We offer our deepest regrets for the turmoil that has plagued our sacred grounds. The infiltration of demonic cultivators into our sanctuaries was a tragedy that should never have occurred. We acknowledge the fear, the suffering, and the losses that many of you have endured." His voice was steady, unwavering, yet filled with an undercurrent of controlled fury. "The demonic cultivators who desecrated our sect have been dealt with. Some were slain on sight, their cursed bodies left to rot under the heavens. Others managed to escape, but rest assured, our elite disciples and elders are already tracking them down as we speak. They will not evade justice. We will cleanse this taint from our lands. The gathered disciples murmured among themselves, some nodding in solemn agreement, others exchanging wary glances. The sect elder raised a hand, and silence fell once more. We understand that this event has shaken many of you. Some of you were forced to fight before you were ready. Some of you witnessed horrors no disciple should see. We do not take this lightly, and so, in light of your perseverance, your survival, and your unwavering spirit despite overwhelming odds, we, the elders of the Autumn Dragon sect, have come to a decision. A pause. The tension in the air thickened. All those who have endured and survived this ordeal shall now be formally accepted as full disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect. Gasps rippled through the crowd, followed by a stunned silence. Then, murmurs of disbelief, shock, and for some, quiet excitement. We're a broken bar real disciples now? I thought we'd be sent away or tested further. These a broken bar, this means we're part of the sect for real. The elder continued, his gaze sweeping over them all. You have proven yourselves in the fires of battle. You have shown resilience in the face of death. It is not merely talent or background that determines one's worth, it is the will to persist, to rise, even when everything crumbles around you. You all have earned your place among us. From this day forward, you are no longer unnamed disciples. You are true disciples of the Autumn Dragon sect. A few seconds of stunned silence followed before a ripple of cheers and applause burst forth. Some disciples cried openly, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the euphoria of acceptance. Others clenched their fists, a newfound determination igniting in their eyes. Even those who had been gravely injured managed to sit up, as if this declaration alone had given them strength. Zhu Fang felt an odd mix of emotions bubbling in his chest. Relief, pride, but also unease. He glanced at his shoulder and wondered about Red Ribbon and Wei Long, who was already inside his spiritual sea. As the cheers continued, the elder held up his hand once more, and the courtyard quieted again. Tomorrow at dawn, you will all be given your sect robes, spirit tokens, and designated training halls. Rest well tonight. The path of a true disciple is long and arduous. Your trials have only just begun. With that final decree, the elder turned and strode back into the grand hall, his robe billowing behind him. Disciples slowly began to disperse, some too injured to move much, others still basking in the reality of their newfound status. Zhu Fang exhaled slowly, running a hand through his disheveled hair. I can't believe it. We actually made it. A broken bar. Not long, as others were sent to their respective abodes. Zhu Fang let out a long sigh as he sat cross-legged on the floor of his new abode. The air was rich with cultivation energy, a subtle hum resonating from the deep veins beneath the sect. It was undeniably this was a place designed for disciples to grow stronger, a stark contrast to the wild dangers of the sanctuaries where they had struggled to survive. But despite the luxurious conditions, Zhu Fang felt a lingering bitterness in his chest. He turned his head slightly, watching as the thin wisps of smoke began to swirl in the air beside him. Slowly, the smoke coalesced, forming into the familiar shape of Red Ribbon. The Dragarooster's eyes gleamed as he regarded Zhu Fang with a calm but knowing gaze. How is Wei Long? Did he become crazy again? Zhu Fang asked, stretching out his legs. He was still sore from everything that had happened, and his body ached as if reminding him that his survival had not been easy. Red Ribbon let out a small sigh, shaking his feathery head. He's still crystallized. It really looks like he's breaking through the awakening temporal chi realm and not going crazy. But honestly, I've never seen a breakthrough like this before. It's strange. Zhu Fang frowned, rubbing his chin in thought. Crystallized, huh? That makes sense. But that just means we have to wait until he wakes up. There was a brief silence before Red Ribbon tilted his head. So, what's the situation with you? What's your standing in the sect now? Zhu Fang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Outer disciple, of course. Did you really think they'd make me an inner disciple? I barely passed the trial. Outer? But you survived the attack of the demonic cultivators. I thought you'd at least be given a better ranking. Zhu Fang crossed his arms and huffed. Yeah, well, I only managed to collect 50 beast cores. That's barely enough to get by. The ones who did really well, who managed to kill dozens of beasts or even demonic cultivators, they got promoted straight to inner or even core disciples. Me? I'm just lucky they didn't throw me back into the unnamed disciple ranks. Red Ribbon furrowed his brows. That's ridiculous. The fact that you're still alive should count for something. What about the hunt for demonic cultivators? Surely they'll send you out for that, right? Zhu Fang let out a loud groan, throwing his hands up in frustration. Are you kidding me? That's going to take forever. Outer disciples don't just get sent on cool missions. We're glorified errand runners and cleaners. Red Ribbon blinked, taken aback. Wait. What? Zhu Fang inhaled sharply, readying himself for a long rant. Outer disciples are basically at the bottom of the food chain. You think they let us go on missions to hunt demonic cultivators? No. We're stuck cleaning the sect grounds, running messages for the elders, delivering herbs to the alchemy department, and doing all the menial tasks that the higher-ranked disciples don't want to do. And do you know how long it takes before you even get a chance to prove yourself? Months, years, even. And that's if you're lucky. Red Ribbon's expression darkened. Wei Long is going to hate this. Oh, absolutely, Zhu Fang agreed, shaking his head. Can you imagine him running errands for some self-important inner disciple? He'd lose his mind. Red Ribbon sighed. So what's the plan? Are we just going to sit around and wait? Zhu Fang smirked, his eyes glinting mischievously. Not exactly. You see, I might be an outer disciple for now, but I have something that most of them don't. Red Ribbon tilted his head. And that is? I have a high-level class beast. Zhu Fang pointed at Red Ribbon with a grin. You? Red Ribbon blinked in surprise. So? What does that mean? Zhu Fang leaned back, stretching his arms. If I tell the sect that you're a high-level type of beast, they'll raise my standing. Having a powerful contracted beast means that I have more potential, which means they'll want to keep me closer and monitor my growth, maybe even give me better resources. And if I manage to show them what you're capable of, they might just fast-track me past all the useless grunt work. Red Ribbon's eyes widened slightly before a slow smirk formed on his beak. I see, that's actually a pretty smart move. Zhu Fang grinned. Of course it is. I may not be the strongest, but I'm not stupid. I know how to work the system, so don't worry too much. We'll find a way to get Wei Long what he needs. Red Ribbon chuckled. Well, I'll admit, I didn't expect you to come up with a plan this quickly. Zhu Fang scoffed. When your life depends on it, you learn to think fast. The two exchanged a knowing look before Zhu Fang leaned back, letting out a relieved sigh. The road ahead was still uncertain, but at least now, they had a direction to follow, and for now, that was enough. Elder Fu Shen soared through the air, his robes billowing as his sharp eyes scanned the vast sanctuary below. His mind buzzed with calculations, his heart pounding with anticipation. He was close. He knew it. That beast that anomalia was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was no ordinary creature. It was something beyond classification, a beast that defied common logic. He needed it. No, he craved it. Behind him, a massive dragon followed, its wings causing powerful gusts of wind with every flap. Its scales shimmered with an iridescent glow, and its piercing eyes remained impassive. The dragon, known as Azure Fang, was a powerful existence in the Autumn Dragon sect, yet even it remained skeptical of Fu Shen's lofty ambitions. You'll see, Fu Shen declared, his voice filled with absolute confidence. That beast is truly a unique kind of existence. Once I have it under my control, I will ascend to the highest level of this sect. No, I will elevate the entire Autumn Dragon sect to a 5-star sect. I will be revered throughout the cultivation world. The sect leader's daughter, she will have no choice but to acknowledge my power. HMPH. For years, I have been an elder, always overlooked, always in the shadow of others, but that time is over. Once I harness the power of that beast, the sect leader himself will have to step aside. And who knows? Perhaps I will become the next sect master. Azure Fang yawned, lazily cleaning its ears with a massive claw. I'll believe it when I see it, the dragon said with a tone of utter indifference. Beasts that can change the course of history don't just pop out of nowhere. And even if you manage to capture this unique beast of yours, Do you really think you can control it? Power without understanding is a fool's tool. Fu Shen scoffed, ignoring the dragon's words. His mind was already brimming with grand visions of the future. He continued, his excitement spiraling into a near-manic frenzy. With that beast at my side, I will challenge the elders who have looked down on me. I will claim a divine-grade cultivation abode for myself. No longer will I have to waste time on trifling sect duties. I will have direct access to the sect's grand treasury, choosing whichever cultivation methods I desire. Spirit stones? I will bathe in mountains of them. Medicinal pills? The best alchemists of the sect will serve me without question. Even the other powerful sects will have to acknowledge my strength. And yes, the sect leader's daughter? That cold, untouchable beauty who has spurned every suitor, she will kneel before me, recognizing that I am the only man worthy of her. As Yufang rolled its eyes. You're getting ahead of yourself, Fu Shen. But Fu Shen was lost in his own fantasy. Do you know what happens next? Once I am acknowledged as the sect's strongest elder, I will push our influence beyond this region. I will establish connections with the supreme sects. The name Fu Shen will be spoken in awe, feared by those who dare oppose me, and then I will claim the ultimate prize. The sect leader's position. Yes. Why stop at being a mere elder when I can be the master of the Autumn Dragon sect? I will reshape this sect in my own image. We will conquer the demonic sects, annex their resources, and become a superpower that even the celestial clans will have to respect. No fear, as Yufang exhaled a puff of smoke, unimpressed. And all these are broken bar because of one beast. Fu Shen grinned wildly. Not just any beast. A beast that can evolve beyond limits. A beast that possesses power beyond what we can comprehend. Do you know what that means, as Yufang? It means immortality. If I can control it, I will unlock the secrets of evolution itself. No bottlenecks, no limitations. Just pure, unstoppable growth. The dragon gave a slow, unimpressed nod. Sure. And I suppose you'll rewrite the laws of cultivation while you're at it? Fu Shen laughed, the sound almost delirious. Why stop at rewriting them? I will create new laws. I will transcend the mortal path and become something even greater. All I need is that beast. The dragon sighed, shaking its head. You do realize that an existence like that will not submit so easily, right? If what you say is true, then that thing is a double-edged sword. Tame it? Maybe. But control it? That's a different matter. Fu Shen waved a dismissive hand. That's where my genius comes in. With my cultivation, my formations, and my expertise, I will forge an unbreakable contract. It will have no choice but to obey, as Yufang snorted, sending a small gust of wind through the air. Famous last words. Fu Shen ignored the remark as the ground came into view. Below them lay the battlefield where he had encountered the beast. He landed gracefully, his eyes narrowing as he examined the surroundings. The ground was scorched, shattered from the impact of their earlier fight. There were deep claw marks embedded in the earth, remnants of the struggle. The beast was gone. Fu Shen's excitement faltered slightly. His eyes darted around, searching for any sign, any lingering energy. He placed a hand on the ground, channeling his spiritual energy to sense any residual aura. Faint traces remained, but they were scattered. His eyes, sharp as daggers, scanned the area. The dragon accompanying him, an ancient beast with gleaming black scales and piercing golden eyes, lazily followed, yawning as if unimpressed by the situation. Come, Fu Shen ordered, his tone laced with urgency. I already pinpointed where the beast went. It could not have gone far with its cultivation level. The dragon let out a bored sigh and flapped its wings, landing beside him with a tremor that shook the ground. You've been saying that for the past hour. And yet, here we are nowhere closer to finding your precious beast. Fu Shen clenched his fists, his eyes focused far ahead. Soon, he would swoop up to fly again. The dragon would follow suit, its wings spread wide as it flapped strongly, creating a gust of wind as it took off. While up in the air, Elder Fu Shen's spiritual sense extended outward and downward, seeking any lingering traces of the unique energy the creature had emitted below. But there were only ground dragon footprints. Suddenly, the footprints stopped. Elder Fu Shen would come down. The dragon, who was just lazily following him, would go down gently too, its scales glimmering in the faint light of the setting sun. The air around them shimmered with an ethereal energy, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. However, Elder Fushen couldn't find a trace of where the target beast had left this area because everything stopped here. There had to be something, some sign. But the trail ended here. His brows furrowed as he knelt, pressing a palm against the earth, channeling his chi in an attempt to decipher the faintest remnants of energy. He closed his eyes, concentrating yet, still, nothing. It was as if the beast had vanished into thin air. Impossible, Fushen muttered under his breath. He stood abruptly, his gaze turning toward the dragon, who was casually scratching the side of its jaw with a massive claw. Maybe someone already tamed it? The dragon mused, barely hiding the amusement in its tone. Fushen scoffed. Ridiculous. No one here possesses the strength to subdue such a beast. Do you not see the destruction left in its wake? He gestured to the scorched land, the broken trees, and the bloodstains that still tainted the soil. All my disciples at the peak awakening Chi realm were slaughtered in mere moments. No, there is no one in this sanctuary capable of taming it. The dragon gave a slow, knowing smirk. Then what about that? It lazily pointed one of its enormous claws at a small object a few feet away. Fushen followed its gaze and felt his breath hitch. An empty demonic orb. His eyes widened in shock as he strode toward it, lifting the dark crystal-like object into his palm. The surface was cracked, its once ominous glow now faded. A demonic orb? He whispered, eyes narrowing. How did this get here? The dragon peered over his shoulder, tilting its head. Perhaps it was really taken. Fushen's mind raced. If the demonic orb was here, it could only mean one of two things: either the beast had consumed it, or someone else had collected it. But who and why? He shook his head. It is impossible for the demonic cultivators who infiltrated our sanctuary to have retrieved the beast. They fled in a hurry, barely escaping with their lives. They wouldn't have had time. The dragon's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Then, if they did not take it, who did? Fushen's fingers tightened around the cracked orb, his thoughts aligning toward one unsettling possibility. If the demonic cultivators didn't take it our broken bar, then that means some could still be inside the sanctuary. His voice dropped, cold and calculating. His eyes darted toward the distant encampment where the surviving unnamed disciples were being gathered. He inhaled deeply, his mind piecing the puzzle together. If some are still here, that means one of them could have taken the beast. The dragon let out a slow whistle. Now that, it said, is an interesting theory. Fushen's gaze darkened. I must conduct an investigation. If my suspicions are correct, a broken bar. He trailed off, his expression hardening. Then we must check who are the traitors among these disciples. Then his eyes glinted, and I must do it myself. Within the depths of Zufang's spiritual sea, Wei Long remained trapped in crystallization, suspended in a state of forced evolution. His vision flickered with the glow of a system notification hovering in the void of his mind. Host is evolving. Please bear with the process, because if the host doesn't, nothing will actually happen. Wei Long's eyes twitched. Why are you scaring me? Is this some kind of joke? My bio-engineered body. But before he could even finish his thought, an invisible force struck his entire being. His massive Tyrannosaurus Rex body, enhanced with elongated claws and superior agility, shuddered within the crystal. A strange sensation crawled through his bones, like thousands of hot needles piercing into his marrow, spreading agony across every fiber of his existence. It started as an uncomfortable heat, then escalated into unbearable pain. At first, it was as if his muscles were being stretched taut, elongated beyond their limits. His claws itched as if they were growing longer, denser, sharper. His tail twitched inside its crystalline prison, the once sleek scales bubbling, warping, thickening. His jaw tightened and it expanded. His teeth ached as they sharpened, forming jagged weapons far beyond their previous design. Then, the pain intensified further. Wei Long's very bones felt as though they were being shattered and reassembled over and over, each iteration more refined than the last. He wanted to scream, but his body was frozen, trapped inside the crystalline shell that kept him encased. Each second stretched into an eternity. His nervous system ignited like fire, and his consciousness wavered between lucidity and pure agony. Time blurred. He wasn't sure if mere seconds had passed or if he had been suffering for eons. Red Ribbon, the Dragarooster watching from the side, felt his feathers stand on end. The energy radiating from Wei Long was becoming unbearable. Cracks formed on the surface of the crystal, faint at first, then widening rapidly. A deep, ominous hum resonated through Zufang's spiritual sea, vibrating through its vast mental landscape. Red Ribbon took a step back, eyes widening. Zufang, something's happening. I think he paused, blinking as he tried to reach out telepathically to Zufang. Nothing. Silence. His beak clenched, heart pounding against his feathered chest. Zufang. Damn it, why can't I reach you? The cracks on the crystal deepened. Red Ribbon's body trembled as more fractures spread across its gleaming surface like a spider web of destruction. Wei Long was changing. He was transforming into something beyond what they could comprehend. The cracks grew larger. The humming became a roar. Red Ribbon flapped his wings in panic, debating whether to flee or stay. His rational mind screamed at him to leave, to escape before the thing inside the crystal emerged. Yet, his instincts told him otherwise. This was Wei Long. He couldn't just abandon him. Wei Long's eyes, glowing a fierce radioactive green, suddenly snapped open within the crystal. The entire space shook violently. Then the crystal shattered. Wei Long emerged, and Red Ribbon could only watch in horror as his presence alone caused the very fabric of the spiritual sea to ripple, as if the world itself feared his awakening. Not long, Wei Long stood up, his form radiating an overwhelming presence. His already imposing body seemed even more refined, his muscles exuding a latent power, his claws sharper, and his eyes gleaming with a predatory glow. The changes were subtle yet profound, and the air around him seemed to thrum with energy. He flexed his long arms, his claws scraping against the ground with a sound akin to blades clashing. Red Ribbon, the Dragarooster, was utterly frozen in place, his feathers stiff as though turned to stone. His beady eyes locked onto Wei Long's form, and for the first time, he felt a primal, instinctual fear take hold. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to flee, to run as far away as possible. But his body betrayed him, refusing to move. Wei Long took a step forward, his large talons clicking against the spiritual ground. Then another. Each step was slow and steady but exuding an aura of dominance. Red Ribbon's heartbeat pounded in his ears, and his breathing became erratic. Then, just as Wei Long was nearly upon him, he lifted his clawed hand. Pooh! Wei Long suddenly burst out laughing, his sharp teeth gleaming in amusement. I'm just messing with you, he cackled, shaking his head. Red Ribbon, however, was not amused. With a strangled squawk, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground, his wings twitching as if he had been struck by lightning. Wei Long's laughter slowly died down as he looked at the Dragarooster lying in a heap. You are broken, but did I overdo it? He muttered, rubbing the back of his head. Red Ribbon's body trembled, his tail feathers fluffed up to twice their normal size. Then, suddenly, he sprang to his feet, shaking furiously. You idiotic reptile! Red Ribbon shrieked, his voice echoing across the spiritual sea. Do you know how close I was to having a heart attack? I thought you were about to eat me, or worse. Wei, do you think this is funny? Wei Long blinked, then slowly nodded. Well, a broken bar, yeah? You stupid, brainless, sadistic, overgrown lizard. Red Ribbon flapped his wings wildly, hopping from one foot to the other in a frenzy. You think this is a joke? I was ready to sacrifice myself. I was already saying my last prayers. And then you pull this? Wei Long sighed, crossing his arms. All right, I get it. I won't do it again. Red Ribbon glared at him. You'd better not, or else Wei Long rolled his eyes. Yeah, you'll peck me to death, right? Red Ribbon fumed but eventually let out a heavy sigh. Wei Long would ask, anyway, what's the situation outside? At this, Red Ribbon calmed down and puffed out his chest. Zufang is officially a disciple now, but it'll take a while before he gets a mission to hunt demonic beasts. Wei Long's eyes narrowed. Why's that? Red Ribbon shrugged. Outer disciples don't get many privileges. They're basically glorified errand boys. But soon enough, once Zufang proves his worth, especially by showing off me, Of course he'll rise up in the ranks. Wei Long nodded. I see, so that's how it is. A moment of silence stretched between them. Then, Red Ribbon's eyes glimmered mischievously. But enough about that. What's with the new look? Wei Long smirked. Oh, you want to know? All right, listen closely. With an exaggerated flourish, Wei Long launched into an overly dramatic explanation, his voice taking on an almost mythical tone. After enduring unimaginable pain, my body was reforged in the cosmic flames of evolution. My once mighty form has now reached a new pinnacle. My scales are harder than divine steel. My claws can cut through the fabric of space itself. My eyes can see through the very soul of my prey. I have become something greater than ever before. Something beyond mortal comprehension. A force of nature. The living embodiment of destruction and rebirth. The ultimate life form. Red Ribbon stared at him, unimpressed. Yeah, I don't buy it. Wei Long pouted. Come on, at least act like you're amazed. Red Ribbon snorted. I'm a Dragarooster, not some naive chick. Spill it. What actually happened? Wei Long smirked. Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Red Ribbon narrowed his eyes. Yes, that's why I'm asking. Wei Long leaned in, grinning. And that's why I'm not telling. What? Wei Long chuckled. What if you betray me? Red Ribbon flapped his wings in exasperation. Look, WHO's talking. You almost ate Zufang and me. Wei Long threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha. I think getting into a demonic sect wouldn't be a problem for me after all. Red Ribbon furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Wei Long grinned, baring his sharp teeth. Like this. And with that, he vanished. Red Ribbon blinked. Wait, where did you go? Damn it, Wei Long. Back in the demonic sect Bloodboar sect side, Xina's body trembled as she knelt inside the dimly lit cavern, her wrists shackled with cold iron. The demonic path cultivators of the Bloodboar sect stood around her in a half circle, their expressions twisted with contempt and amusement. The leader of the group, a man with blazing blood-red eyes and a black cloth mask covering the lower half of his face, stepped forward, his voice dripping with condescension. Disciple Xina, he drawled, his tone like poisoned honey. Your reasoning for not activating the demonic orb within the Autumn Dragon sect has been found lacking. Your hesitation has cost us valuable time and resources. Do you understand the severity of your failure? Xina swallowed hard but remained silent. She knew better than to argue. Her fate was already sealed. The man tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he observed her defiance. Tomorrow, you will undergo the trial of the pit. If you survive until dawn, you may return to the Bloodboar sect. If you perish, then you were never worthy to be among us. The gathered cultivators chuckled darkly, some murmuring among themselves about how they doubted she would last an hour, let alone an entire night. Prepare yourself, Xina. The pit does not forgive weakness. With that, the blood-red-eyed man turned and left, his robes billowing behind him. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving only the flickering torchlight and the distant, ominous growls from deeper within the pit. A broken bar. The pit was not a mere hole in the ground. It was an elaborate underground labyrinth of iron-barred cages, each one housing savage creatures mutated by demonic Tao essence. The energy in this place was thick, pulsating with malevolence. Unlike normal beasts that had been afflicted by the demonic path, these creatures had completely lost all traces of their former selves. They were nothing but pure, undiluted hunger and rage. Glockenien materialized beside Xina, his spectral form crackling with suppressed fury. TCH, you should have just killed all of them. How dare they treat you like this? His massive, jagged grin split his face wider. Let them come. Let them bring their worst. A low rumbling shook the ground beneath them as the first cage door creaked open. The sound of metal scraping against stone echoed in the pit, followed by a guttural snarl. A monstrous figure stepped forward, its hulking frame barely squeezing through the doorway. It had the vague shape of a panther, but its body was grotesquely warped. Its bones jutted out unnaturally, and its eyes glowed with a sickly green light. Xina exhaled slowly and pressed her hands together. Merge. Glockenien's body dissolved into wisps of darkness before surging towards Xina, enveloping her form in a dense, swirling mist. Her body trembled as the fusion took hold, her muscles tightening, her skin darkening to an ashen hue. Her hair grew wilder, her pupils dilated into slits, and her fingertips extended into razor-sharp claws. Unlike before, where she would usually let Glockenin's wild nature take over and scream into battle with reckless abandon, Xina was actually quiet. No, a broken bar, more likely a broken bar focused. The panther-like beast lunged, its elongated fangs bared. Xina sidestepped just in time, feeling the rush of corrupted wind as the creature's maw snapped shut inches from her face. She twisted, bringing her clawed hand up in a swift, calculated arc. Her talons tore through the beast's thick hide, blackened blood spraying across the pit floor. The beast roared in fury, its wounds knitting together unnaturally fast. It lashed out with a massive paw, its claws enhanced by demonic chi. Xina ducked, feeling the air rip above her as the attack barely missed. She wouldn't let it heal again. She darted in, her movements sharp and precise. A low sweep of her leg tripped the beast, and before it could recover, she plunged her claws deep into its throat, twisting violently. The beast let out a final, strangled howl before going still, its corrupted flesh disintegrating into dark mist. Her breathing was heavy, but her expression remained calm. Glockenin's voice rumbled in her head. "Damn, girl, you're getting good at this." Another cage door creaked open. This time, two creatures emerged, twisted abominations of a wolf and a reptilian beast, both twice the size of the panther. Xina didn't even flinch. The wolf-like beast howled, a wave of piercing sound slamming into her body. Pain shot through her eardrums, but she gritted her teeth and forced herself forward. The reptilian beast lunged at the same time, its fangs coated in venomous mist. She pivoted mid-step, dodging the wolf's sound wave attack just as the reptilian creature's fangs narrowly missed her shoulder. With a swift movement, she launched herself upward, landing on the wolf's back. Her claws pierced its spine in one fluid motion. The beast howled in agony before collapsing beneath her. She turned to the reptilian creature just in time to see its tail whip toward her. She barely managed to raise her arm in defense as the impact sent her flying against the stone wall. The moment her body hit the ground, the reptilian beast lunged again, aiming straight for her throat. Xina let out a sharp exhale. Enough. A massive surge of dark energy burst from her body, sending shockwaves through the pit. The reptilian beast froze midair, caught in the suffocating force of her demonic aura. It let out a strangled cry as Xina shot forward, sinking her claws into its skull and twisting violently. A sickening crunch echoed through the chamber, and the beast's body went limp. Silence settled in the pit. Then came the sound of slow, deliberate clapping. Xina turned her head sharply. Standing at the entrance of the pit was the blood-red-eyed man from before. His mask concealed his expression, but the glint in his eyes spoke of amusement. "Impressive," he murmured. "Perhaps you are worthy after all." Xina said nothing, her body still tense, waiting for the next challenge. But the man merely chuckled and stepped forward. "Very well, disciple Xina. You may continue your trial. But do not think for a second that this was the worst the pit has to offer." With that, he gestured to the deepest part of the pit. More cages, more horrors waiting to be unleashed. Xina exhaled sharply and prepared herself. Suddenly, she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as the realization hit her. "This is too much," she muttered, her voice hoarse but laced with defiance. Her sharp eyes darted toward the man in the black robe and mask, who stood with an eerily composed stance, his red eyes burning like embers in the darkness. A chuckle echoed from the man, low and sinister, before his gloved hands reached up and began to peel away the mask. The first thing that became visible was a pair of full lips painted with a deep crimson hue, curling into a mischievous smile. As the mask fell away completely, the dim glow of torches illuminated a face adorned with meticulous make-up, sharp brows, striking eyeliner, and shimmering rouge on the cheeks. Xina narrowed her eyes. She had seen many kinds of cultivators in her life, and this presence was not that different. The man smirked and flicked his hand, the elegant movement carrying a sense of danger. "I am Elder Xiaoyan of the Beauty Diva Squad," he declared, his voice velvety smooth yet filled with cold amusement. "And you, little Xina, have just signed your own death warrant. Killing my beautiful babies in the sanctuary of Autumn Dragon Sect is the same as declaring war against us. How tragic. Zaina's lips pressed into a thin line. Glocknin, still merged with her, growled in frustration. TCH. Why are all these annoying people getting in our way? Let's just finish him off too. Xiaoyan let out a dramatic sigh and snapped his fingers. The iron gates lining the pit trembled before they burst open one by one, releasing monstrous creatures from their cages. The torches flickered as a foul energy surged through the air, suffocating in its intensity. These were not ordinary demonic beasts. Their eyes gleamed with an unnatural hunger, their bodies twisted by dark cultivation methods. Their flesh was adorned with pulsating veins of corrupted qi, and their claws were sharper than blades. Each of them radiated a level of malevolence far beyond the previous opponent Zaina had faced. Glocknin materialized like a ghost made of mist around Zaina's neck like a fire goat, and then he muttered, "Oh no." For once sharing Zaina's caution. The beasts did not attack each other, nor did they waste any time. Their savage gazes all fixated on Zaina, their killing intent nearly materializing into a suffocating force. "Now then," Xiaoyan said in a sing-song voice, "do try to entertain me before you die. I do so love a good performance." The first beast lunged. It was a grotesque, lion-like creature with jagged bones protruding from its spine, its mouth filled with writhing, snake-like tongues. Zaina barely dodged in time, twisting her body midair before landing on her feet, only to find another creature already closing in on her. This one resembled a centipede, but its exoskeleton was made of obsidian spikes, each segment of its body pulsating with eerie red light. It coiled, then shot forward like an arrow, its razor-like mandibles snapping dangerously close to Zaina's face. Glocknin roared in frustration, releasing a wave of chaotic qi that sent the centipede-like beast skidding back. "We need to take them out fast," Glocknin growled. "If we get surrounded, we're dead." But it was too late. The beasts attacked in unison. One after another, they came at her, their strikes deadly and unrelenting. The pit became a battlefield drenched in shadows, illuminated only by the eerie glow of corrupted qi. Zaina fought like a demon herself, her movements fluid and precise, dodging and countering with every ounce of strength she had left. But the beasts were more than mere animals, they were cultivators in their own right, mutated and twisted into weapons of destruction. Their movements were not random, they were tactical, coordinated. Zaina panted, pushing herself harder. Sweat dripped down her forehead as she barely avoided a claw swipe aimed at her neck. "Damn it, how many of these things are there?" Glocknin cursed. "Too many," Zaina muttered through gritted teeth. A wolf-like creature lunged at her, its body covered in black flames. It moved with unnatural speed, its claws tearing through the air. Zaina barely managed to parry its attack, but the impact sent her skidding backward, her feet digging into the blood-stained ground. Her arms ached. Her body screamed in protest. But she couldn't afford to stop. Then, without warning, a sharp laughter rang through the pit. Xiaoyan clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight. "Oh my, you're still alive. How impressive. How utterly delightful. You might just be worthy of something more than death." Zaina spat blood to the side, glaring at him. "If you think I'll die here, you're dead wrong." Xiaoyan giggled, waving a hand dismissively. "Oh, I certainly hope not. It would be such a waste. But let's see if you can handle this next one." The ground beneath them trembled. The last cage, the largest, creaked open. A monstrous shadow loomed from within, its sheer presence making the other beasts recoil. Red eyes burned like hellfire in the darkness. A beast unlike any other stepped forward. Twice the size of the previous creatures, its body was layered with overlapping armor-like scales, each radiating a sinister energy. Its mouth was lined with countless fangs, saliva dripping onto the ground and sizzling upon contact. A thick, oppressive aura filled the pit, making Zaina's knees nearly buckle. Glocknin stiffened. "Oh, shit." Zaina exhaled slowly, tightening her grip. "If we don't beat this thing," she muttered, "we die." The beast let out an ear-shattering roar. The air rippled with its raw power, and in that moment, Zaina realized that this was the true trial. Xiaoyan smiled wider. "Now, my dear, let's see what you're really made of." Zaina's breathing was ragged, her body trembling slightly as she maintained her stance. Glocknin, perched on her shoulder like a misty spectre, whispered urgently, "Zyna, we can't keep this up forever. These beasts are broken, they're not normal." Zyna clenched her fists, her eyes darting between the creatures surrounding them. She could feel it too. These weren't just beasts afflicted by demonic Tao essence. They were something else, stronger, more refined, as if cultivated and tempered by something sinister. "We need a plan," Glocknin continued, his voice firm yet worried. "If we stay in this pit and fight blindly, we'll be drained before the next wave even arrives." Zyna gritted her teeth. "And what do you suggest? Running? There's nowhere to go." Glocknin scoffed. "I'm saying we need to fight smart. Look at them. They're organized, almost like a hunting pack. That means they have a leader. If we can take down the strongest one, the others might hesitate." Zyna scanned the beasts. Glocknin was right. There was a particularly massive one at the back, its crimson eyes glowing with an eerie intelligence. It hadn't moved yet, merely watching, observing. "That one," she said, pointing. "It's leading them. If we kill it, the others might scatter." Glocknin nodded. "Then let's go." But before they could act, another gate creaked open, and a new wave of beasts spilled into the pit. Zyna's heart sank. More. Again. They were reaching their limit. Glocknin, despite being a quasi-unique class beast, had his limits too. The fusion between them had taken a toll, and their strength was waning. Meanwhile, unseen by either of them, Wei Long stood in the sea of consciousness, watching everything unfold. His sharp, newly evolved senses locked onto the beasts with a hunger that made his very essence stir. His mind buzzed with the knowledge of his new innate ability. His innate ability of bio-engineered temporal connections. A smirk played on Wei Long's lips. "Interesting. So I can exist within my tamed human's consciousness, linking them all together, a broken bar hiding among them, moving between them." His original plan had been simple. Tame Zyna, use her to gather information, and discard her when she became useless. But now, as he stood within her sea of consciousness, watching her struggle, something stirred within him. An odd, unfamiliar feeling. Pity? Number? That wasn't it. Curiosity? Maybe. But there was something else. Something he didn't fully understand. He was still hungry. The evolution had pushed him into a new state, and he had yet to satisfy this new hunger. His eyes bore into the beasts outside, his body humming with a predatory thrill. He could devour them all right now, rip through their flesh, and feel the surge of energy flood his being. Yet, he waited. Maybe I should see what she does first. Back in the pit, Zyna readjusted her stance, exhaustion evident in her every movement. Glocknin's misty form pulsed, ready to merge with her fully once again. "Here they come," Glocknin warned. The first beast lunged, a hulking monstrosity with razor-sharp claws and a grotesquely elongated maw. Zyna twisted her body, barely dodging as its claws scraped the ground where she had stood a moment before. She countered with a precise strike to its throat, her hand glowing with demonic essence. The beast let out a strangled howl before collapsing. Another one followed, faster than the last. Glocknin screeched and merged further with her body, amplifying her strength just enough for her to react in time. She drove her foot into the beast's chest, sending it skidding back. But before she could recover, two more pounced. She braced for impactor. Then, everything stopped. A dark, oppressive presence filled the pit. Zyna gasped, her body freezing involuntarily as a weight settled on her very soul. The beasts, which had been ravenous moments before, hesitated. Their glowing red eyes flickered with something close to fear. Then, a voice, smooth, amused, menacing. "It seems I need to step inside." Zyna's eyes widened. She knew that voice. Wei Long. A shadow rippled through her consciousness, and suddenly, her body felt different. A deep, primal force swelled within her, something ancient, something monstrous. Her very essence trembled as if a slumbering god had just opened its eyes. The beasts shrieked and backed away, their instincts screaming at them to run. But it was too late. Zyna let out a slow breath, her lips curled into a smile. "Let's have some fun." Wei Long emerged from Zyna's back, his massive frame materializing like a dark specter from the depths of the void. The moment his form fully took shape, a deafening silence engulfed the battlefield. The demonic beasts that had been snarling, their fangs dripping with malice, suddenly halted. Their instincts screamed at them, warning them that something more terrifying than they had ever encountered had arrived. Even Zion and Glocknin, who had been locked in a desperate struggle for survival, were momentarily rendered speechless. The first to break the silence was Glocknin. His beady rooster-like eyes narrowed, and his misty form solidified further. He flapped his spectral wings before speaking. "Wait a broken bar, who the hell are you?" he demanded, his voice filled with skepticism and confusion. Standing before them was a monstrous behemoth, far larger and more fearsome than the Wei Long they once knew. His body had undergone a complete transformation. His previously formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex form was now something beyond prehistoric. His legs, already powerful before, were now even thicker, corded with pure muscle, each step he took cracking the ground beneath him. His arms, once already big in proportion, had expanded far more massively, now resembling the deadly talons of an apex predator, each claw sharp enough to slice through steel. His body was now twice as large as before, radiating a dominating presence that sent a shiver down even the bravest beast's spine. Wei Long narrowed his glowing golden eyes and sneered, "Hey, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." Glocknin's eyes twitched as he took a step back, suddenly wary. "We're broken bar, what the hell happened to you?" Wei Long smirked, deciding to mess with him. "Oh, it's a long story." He lifted his claw and stretched lazily. "You see, after I left, I stumbled upon a hidden ancient ruin buried beneath a cursed volcano. There, I encountered a dying primordial beast, an entity so powerful that even mentioning its name would make your soul tremble. It saw my potential and, with its final breath, passed on its legacy to me. Through grueling trials, I devoured celestial flames, bathed in the blood of dragons, and overcame 10,000 years of tribulations condensed into mere moments. Now, I have ascended beyond the limits of my former self, reborn into the pinnacle of evolution itself." His voice boomed with authority, and he even infused a hint of chi to create a slight trembling effect in the air, making it seem like divine energy rippled around him. He stood there, proud, as if expecting admiration and awe. Glocknin, however, was dead silent for a full second before snorting, "Bullshit." Wei Long blinked. "What?" "I said bullshit. You're still the same stinking Wei Long. You just evolved." "What hidden ruins? What primordial beast?" "Cut the crap." Glocknin flapped his spectral wings aggressively, his eyes glaring. Wei Long sighed dramatically and shrugged. "TSK. Can't even have some fun." Then, with a lazy grin, he continued, "Fine. Fine. I just broke through into the awakening chi realm." Silence. Glocknin's beak twitched. His misty form flickered as if he had just heard the most absurd thing in the world. "We're broken bar, you just a broken bar broke through? Just like that?" Wei Long tilted his head. "Yeah?" Glocknin felt his non-existent feathers ruffle. He had been stuck at the peak of his current stage for what felt like an eternity, clawing at the next stage with all his might, only for Wei Long to just a broken bar breakthrough, like it was an afternoon snack. "This is ridiculous," Glocknin muttered. "Do you even know how hard it is for a beast to reach awakening chi realm? The resources, the cultivation techniques, the enlightenment one needs." Wei Long waved him off. "Come on, you've got a trainer now, you'll get there soon." Glocknin's eyes twitched harder. "I'm not jealous." Wei Long chuckled, thoroughly amused. Right. Of course you're not." "Shut up." Glocknin flapped his wings aggressively, causing a gust of wind to blow up dirt and debris. "And wait a damn second, didn't you say you met the righteous sect brat first? That Zufang guy? How the hell did you end up here?" Wei Long shot a glance at Zainar, whose fingers twitched nervously. A smirk formed on his face as he finally answered, "Simple. I hopped from Zufang's sea of consciousness to Zainar's." Glocknin froze. His spectral form flickered violently as his beady eyes widened. "What? You can do that?" Wei Long picked at his ear lazily. Then why the hell didn't you use that back when we got separated?" Wei Long sighed. "I couldn't take Red Ribbon with me in that state. Get it?" Glocknin was about to argue, but then he paused, thinking. A broken barrow. Wei Long's smirk deepened. Oh? Glockenien hesitated before puffing up his chest. Whatever. Not like I care. Wei Long's eyes glowed mischievously. Oh, do you miss Red Ribbon? Glockenien's form violently flickered. Like hell I do. Wei Long snickered. That's not what it sounds like. Glockenien turned red if his misty form could even blush. I swear to the heavens, I will peck you to death. Wei Long took a step back, laughing harder. Relax, relax. You're so easy to mess with. Damn you, Wei Long. Glockenien flapped his wings so hard that he nearly sent himself flying backward. You think you're so cool now, huh? Just because you got bigger doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. Wei Long continued to laugh, enjoying every second of Glockenien's rage. This is the most entertainment I've had in a while. Suddenly, a loud grumbling sound echoed through the battlefield. Silence once again. Wei Long blinked. Glockenien smirked. What was that? Wei Long's stomach rumbled again, louder this time. A slow, predatory grin spread across his face as he turned to the surrounding beasts. His golden eyes glowed with hunger. Glockenien's smirk faded as he took a cautious step back. You are broken bar Wei Long? Wei Long cracked his claws. Looks like it's dinner time. Wei Long stepped forward, his massive frame casting an overwhelming shadow over the battlefield. His newly evolved body, larger and far more monstrous than before, exuded a terrifying aura. Muscles rippled beneath his darkened scales, each fiber packed with prehistoric might, and his claws, elongated and serrated like ancient obsidian blades, scraped against the ground with an eerie screech. His tail, thicker and more robust than before, coiled slightly, ready to lash out like a war hammer, and his glowing amber eyes burned with hunger and a menace. Then, he opened his massive mouth, an abyss lined with jagged teeth that seemed to extend endlessly into his cavernous maw. The air trembled, and the space around him seemed to warp as he inhaled deeply, drawing in the scent of his prey. And then a roar exploded from his throat, a thunderous, earth-shattering bellow that sent ripples through the very fabric of the pit. It was not just a sound but a force, a prehistoric tremor that carried the weight of an apex predator that had long been forgotten in the annals of history. The pit shook violently, dust and debris scattering as the walls cracked slightly under the sheer pressure of his cry. The beasts surrounding them, feral creatures infused with dark, demonic essence, froze in place, their bodies locking up as pure terror seized their instincts. The howl did not stop. The intensity of the sound continued to rise, vibrating through the bodies of every living creature in the pit. The weaker beasts, those in the early stages of awakening Chi realm, instantly collapsed, their legs giving way under the crushing weight of their primal fear. The stronger ones tried to resist, their glowing red eyes flickering with hesitation. But even they began to tremble. The sound seemed to claw its way into their bones, shattering their will to fight before they could even react. The silence that followed was deafening. And then Wei Long moved faster than any of them could register. His massive form lunged forward, and before the first beast could even attempt to escape, his jaws clamped down with a sickening crunch. Blood and dark essence splattered in the air as he tore through his prey, the demonic beast's struggles ceasing in an instant. The others reacted at once, but too late. Wei Long had already reached another, his razor-sharp claws slashing across its throat before he effortlessly sank his teeth into its skull, splitting it like a ripe fruit. Xin and Glockenien stood frozen, their eyes wide with a mix of horror and awe. Glockenien had seen brutality before. He had been raised in the wild of the Autumn Dragon sect where blood and savagery were commonplace here, but this was something else entirely. Wei Long wasn't just fighting, he was butchering. He was an unstoppable force, tearing through the enemies as if they were nothing but fragile twigs beneath his crushing might. The beasts tried to retaliate, launching their own attacks infused with dense demonic chi. Claws lashed out, tails whipped, dark flames erupted from fanged maws, but Wei Long met them all with sheer dominance. A beast lunged at his exposed side only for his tail to swing like a battering ram, smashing the attacker into the iron bars of the cages. The impact left the beast twitching in a broken heap. Another tried to leap over him, its fangs bared, aiming for his neck, but Wei Long twisted midair, catching the creature by its spine. With a guttural snarl, He clenched his jaws tighter and the beast was severed in half, its body falling into gruesome pieces. Glocknian gulped. What a broken bar, what a hella broken bar. Even the monstrous Xinar, who had merged fully with Glocknian and had undergone her own demonic transformation, felt an involuntary shudder run down her spine. This wasn't a battle. This was a massacre. One by one, the beasts were devoured, their dark essence absorbed into Wei Long's body as he continued his relentless rampage. Their once intimidating forms crumbled beneath his overwhelming power, reduced to nothing more than mere prey. And then, something unexpected happened. The remaining beasts, the strongest of the bunch, those that had initially stood their ground despite their fear, suddenly faltered. Their glowing red eyes flickered with realization, as if something primal deep within them was screaming at them to run. Despite their high concentration of demonic Tao essence, despite their aggressive natures, their instincts overruled their thirst for blood. One by one, they hesitated. And then, they began to step back. Their muscles tensed, their claws scraped against the ground, and they lowered their heads in submission. Some even turned away completely, inching back toward the cages that had once imprisoned them, as though they'd rather be confined once more than face the horror before them. A deep chuckle rumbled from Wei Long's throat. He took a step forward. The beasts flinched. He grinned, his jagged teeth glistening with the remnants of his feast. How amusing, he murmured, his voice dripping with satisfaction. Even creatures tainted by demonic Tao essence recognize when they're facing something a broken bar far worse. The pit remained deathly silent. And then, a voice broke the tension. Well, a calm, amused voice echoed through the cavern. I leave for a moment, and what do I find? You were the second beast. Xin and Glocknian snapped their heads up in alarm. Standing at the entrance of the pit was a man shrouded in dark robes, his crimson eyes glowing beneath his hood. Xiaoyan had returned, his gaze locked onto Wei Long with an unreadable expression. Wei Long turned to him slowly, his tail flicking lazily as if he had all the time in the world. His eyes gleamed with something between amusement and calculation. Your second beast, Xiaoyan repeated, directing his question towards Xinar. Xinar, still breathless from what she had just witnessed, found herself at a loss for words. Wei Long merely smirked. Xinar's lips slightly parted, her mind racing. How was she supposed to answer? Denying Wei Long's presence outright might arouse suspicion, but confirming him as her second beast was even worse. Just as she hesitated, Elder Xiaoyan's smirk deepened, his heavily lined eyes gleaming with something between amusement and condescension. That's enough for me. Xiaoyan clapped his hands together, the exaggerated motion making his thick robes flutter. He took a deep breath and dramatically rolled his muscular shoulders, flipping his long, silky hair back. I can see it all now. The great Xinar, once a proud disciple of the Blood Boar sect, now reduced to this? How utterly predictable. You see, in temporal cultivation, there's always a risk for foolish women like you, women who let their guard down, thinking they control their beasts, only to find the tables turned. His voice rang out, deep and commanding, yet filled with an undertone of mockery. He placed his large hands on his hips, puffing his chest out as he paced around her, pausing every few steps to shake his head as though he was witnessing a tragedy unfold. You thought you could tame a beast, didn't you? Foolish girl. I have seen it time and time again. Women who think they hold power over their creatures, only for the creatures to outwit them. And then what happens? They get used, they get drained, and in the end, they become nothing more than an empty husk while their so-called tamed beasts steal every ounce of their potential. Xinar's jaw clenched, but before she could interject, Xiaoyan continued, his gestures growing even more exaggerated as he flipped his cape with a dramatic flair. Let me tell you something, girl. Do you even understand what happens when a tamer loses control? He leaned in, his red-painted lips curling into a smirk. If that beast of yours dies while you are still tethered to him, you will experience a fate worse than death. You won't just lose your cultivation, you'll lose your very soul. He let the last word drag out, his voice echoing across the stone walls. He turned sharply, his muscles flexing under his robes as he placed one hand on his forehead in a theatrical display of distress. Ah, how tragic. How predictable. To think a woman of your talent would be brought to ruin by her own arrogance. Zaina's fingers twitched, itching to strike him. He really hated real women? But she knew better than to lash out now. Her body was already aching from the previous battles, and Xiaoyan was an elder. Fighting him head-on was impossible. Xiaoyan let out a long sigh, shaking his head as though he were deeply disappointed. You still don't get it, do you? You are no longer the tamer girl. You are the one who is tamed. And do you know what happens to a woman who becomes tamed by a beast? Ha! Let me paint you a picture. Your fate will be bound to it. If the beast grows stronger, you may ride along its coattails, but the moment it falters, the moment it dies, you will feel the agony of every single cell in your body imploding. Your consciousness will shatter, and there will be no reincarnation for you. No second chance. Nothing but endless suffering in the abyss. His voice crescendoed into an almost triumphant laugh, as though reveling in her inevitable downfall. So tell me, girl, was it worth it? Selling your future for a mere beast? No. Don't answer that. I already know. You're just another example of the countless women who let their pets take control, and now you're reaping the consequences. Zaina's nails dug into her palm, her entire body tense with restrained rage. TSK, TSK. Xiaoyan clicked his tongue, shaking his head dramatically. Well, it seems you've already made your bed. Now, all that's left is to see how long you last in it. And then, just as Zaina thought the mockery was over, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his arms high into the air, his fingers twisting in complex movements as his chi surged around him. The beasts that had previously cowered from Wei Long began to tremble, their eyes flickering between fear and submission. Oh? Did you think your little pet was enough to scare them? Think again. Xiaoyan's voice turned sharp, his chi pressing against the surrounding beasts like an invisible force. You see, I am no ordinary elder. I am Elder Xiaoyan of the Beauty Diva Squad. And you will learn what happens when you defy me. With a flick of his wrist, the chi threads he had woven latched onto the beasts, forcing their trembling forms to move. Their once hesitant stances became rigid, their muscles tensing unnaturally as Xiaoyan exerted his will over them. Attack! His voice boomed through the pit like a crack of thunder. The beasts, once hesitant, now lunged forward with renewed ferocity, their eyes glowing with Xiaoyan's influence. Their claws gleamed under the dim light, their jaws snapping hungrily as they charged towards Zaina and Wei Long with terrifying speed. The air grew thick with the scent of bloodlust. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the incoming horde. Xiaoyan's laughter rang out once more, full of confidence and delight. Let's see how well you fare now, girl. Let's see if your little pet is enough to save you this time. The battlefield was a chaotic frenzy of roars, snarls, and the sickening crunch of bones shattering under sheer brute force. Wei Long, standing like an ancient war god, tore through the demonic beasts relentlessly. His claws, sharper than steel, slashed through thick hides and exposed pulsing flesh. His jaws snapped shut on writhing bodies, his fangs sinking deep as blood gushed like rivers. Every bite sent tremors through the ground, every swing of his powerful arms sent bodies flying. It was a massacre. Despite the overwhelming advantage Wei Long had, Elder Xiaoyan refused to relent. He stood above the battlefield, his muscles twitching with anticipation, his eyes filled with a manic gleam as he bellowed, "More, more! Give him everything we have!" His voice cracked under the sheer force of his command. But he didn't care. The beasts, countless in number, obeyed, charging forward with a suicidal desperation, their eyes clouded with madness. Claws raked across Wei Long's hide, fangs snapped at his limbs, but nothing stopped him. He was a moving calamity, a prehistoric force that had evolved beyond the understanding of these creatures. The more they attacked, the more he fed, his hunger insatiable, his strength only increasing with every beast he devoured. Xiaoyan, despite his outward bravado, was seething inside. He watched as his prized demonic beasts fell one by one, utterly powerless against this monstrosity. His lips curled into a sneer, but behind that expression was something more sinister. He wasn't just throwing these creatures at Wei Long out of desperation, he was biding his time. He needed Wei Long to kill more, to devour more. The black ink slithering across the beast's feet was his true goal. Wei Long was so engrossed in the fight that he failed to notice the dark corruption creeping up his legs, slithering like living veins of tar. Every beast he consumed seemed to fuel its growth, the ink pulsating, expanding, crawling ever higher. It fed off carnage, it fed off slaughter, and Xiaoyan knew it. His lips trembled with excitement, his breath came in uneven gasps as he muttered under his breath, yes, a broken bar, yes, a broken bar. The corruption is taking hold. Just a little more, and you'll be mine. Wei Long, however, wasn't fazed. He laughed, a deep guttural sound that sent chills down the spines of even the most battle-hardened demonic cultivators watching from the distance. Why don't you come down here yourself, old man? He taunted, his voice thick with amusement as he bit down on yet another beast, crushing its bones in his powerful jaws before swallowing it whole. Xiaoyan flinched for a brief moment, his instincts screaming at him to stay away, but his pride refused to let him show weakness. He clenched his fists, but still, he remained in place. Keep attacking, he screeched, his voice breaking as his desperation grew. The beasts lunged with reckless abandon, yet the outcome remained the same. Blood rained down, painting the ground in a crimson lake. Bodies piled up, and still, Wei Long stood unshaken. And yet, the ink continued to crawl, winding around Wei Long's muscled legs, slithering up his torso, inching ever closer to his heart. Xiaoyan grinned wickedly, his voice lowering to a whisper only he could hear. You can kill all you want, beast, but in the end, you will be mine. Wei Long suddenly paused mid-swipe, something flickering in his mind. He finally noticed the creeping sensation, the unnatural cold slithering along his body like an unwanted parasite. He looked down at himself, finally taking in the full extent of the corruption. His massive prehistoric form, once a spectacle of raw evolutionary power, was now covered in thick, pulsating black ink. He blinked. Then, he tilted his head and smirked. Xiaoyan's triumphant expression faltered. Wei Long let out a slow, rumbling chuckle. You think this changes anything? He said, flexing his claws. You think some cheap demonic trick can tame me? He lifted his arm, watching as the ink spread to his shoulder. He gave it a casual shake, but the substance refused to leave his skin. Xiaoyan's grin returned. It's too late, he whispered to himself. Your fate is sealed. But then, Wei Long did something unexpected. He opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and roared. Not just any roar, a deafening, soul-shaking bellow that sent shockwaves through the air. The force of it shattered nearby boulders, sent weaker beasts tumbling backward, and even made Xiaoyan stagger slightly. But more importantly, the ink on Wei Long's body began to ripple. Xiaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Wei Long continued roaring, the sheer force of his breath vibrating through the battlefield. The black ink wavered, pulsing violently as if in pain. Cracks began to form along its surface, and then, like peeling bark, the corrupted substance started flaking off. It disintegrated, grumbling into dust as Wei Long's raw, uncontainable life force rejected the demonic influence entirely. Xiaoyan watched in horror as the corruption failed to take hold. No, a broken bar, no. This is impossible. His voice was shrill, filled with disbelief and panic. He had planned everything perfectly. The ink should have consumed Wei Long, should have twisted him into an obedient, mindless beast under his control. Wei Long licked his teeth, rolling his shoulders as the last remnants of the ink faded into nothingness. He looked up at Xiaoyan, eyes gleaming with amusement. Nice try, he said. Then he took a step forward, his foot slamming onto the ground with enough force to create a crater beneath him. Xiaoyan felt his stomach drop. Wei Long smirked. Now, let's see if you can survive when it's your turn. Xiaoyan took an unconscious step back. Could the hunter have just become the prey? Wei Long advanced step by step, his enormous, prehistoric form exuding an overwhelming sense of power. His deep, reverberating footsteps cracked the ground beneath him, each movement filled with a terrifying momentum. Xiaoyan, who had been backing away cautiously, suddenly smirked, his confidence growing as he saw something change in Wei Long. The tension was palpable. Wei Long's golden eyes were locked onto Xiaoyan, his jaws slowly parting as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack. His serrated teeth gleamed ominously under the flickering demonic light surrounding them, a harbinger of death. Zine and Glocknin watched in tense silence, their bodies wound tight like coiled springs, ready to react at any moment. The beasts that remained hesitated, some instinctively shrinking back, but Xiaoyan was unfazed, still standing in his position, looking like he wouldn't move from the time being. Then, just as Wei Long lunged forward, his massive maw wide open to snap Xiaoyan in half, a sudden shift occurred. Xiaoyan's laughter rang through the battlefield, his voice echoing eerily. "You were so close, beast." "But this is where your gluttony betrays you." Wei Long's body shuddered violently. His eyes, glowing with primal hunger, flickered for a moment before rolling back into his skull. His vision blurred, the world twisting and warping, before everything went completely white. Xiaoyan's laughter grew louder, more frenzied, as he watched the mighty beast sway and collapse. "Ha ha ha, foolish creature. Did you really think you could devour so much demonic Tao essence without consequences?" Every beast, no matter how powerful, has its limits. Intelligence, willpower, strength, and none of it matters when you drown yourself in corruption. He strode forward confidently, his flamboyant robes billowing around him. His sharp, perfectly sculpted features twisted with cruel amusement. "Let me tell you something, oh so mighty tyrant of beasts. You may be strong, yes, you may be a predator beyond compare, but you are still just a slave to your instincts. A gluttonous fool, a mindless eater, doomed to succumb to what you consume." Wei Long's body twitched, but Xiaoyan merely smirked, watching as dark veins of corruption pulsed violently under the surface of the beast's once pristine hide. The black ink-like substance that had crawled up Wei Long's legs was now fully wrapped around his torso, strangling his movements. He could feel it constricting, suffocating his raw power, dulling the primal fire in his core. The more he struggled, the tighter the inky tendrils became. Don't bother," Xiaoyan sang mockingly, waving his hand dismissively. "You're already mine." "Oh, how glorious." "You thought you were hunting me, yet here we are." "You're the one trapped, writhing in agony, while I stand victorious." Xiaoyan tilted his head, eyes gleaming with wicked delight. "This is how the demonic path prevails. We do not need to defeat our enemies through brute force alone. No, we let them defeat themselves. I didn't need to best you in combat, Wei Long. I just had to let you indulge in your hunger. And now, look at you. You can't even move without feeling excruciating pain, can you?" "Ha ha ha." Wei Long attempted to lift his head, but a sharp, electrifying pain tore through his limbs. His throat trembled, a deep, guttural growl escaping despite himself. The beast inside him howled, resisting, refusing to be shackled by anything or by anyone. But Xiaoyan only laughed louder. "Go on, try to fight it. Try to free yourself. It's pointless. The more you resist, the deeper the corruption seeps into your flesh. Every single beast that has consumed too much demonic essence has met the same fate. You think you're special? You think you're different? No, you are just another victim, and soon, you will either perish, or..." His voice dropped to a sultry whisper, his red-painted lips curling with dark pleasure. "You will become my pet." Glocknin, watching from the sidelines, gritted his teeth, his body trembling with frustration. "Damn it, Wei Long. Get up. Don't let this guy get to you." But even as he shouted, he saw how Wei Long's massive body continued to convulse, his muscles spasming uncontrollably. The ink-like corruption pulsed violently, growing stronger with every passing second. Zina, standing beside him, clenched her fists. Her nails dug deep into her palms, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the scene unfolding before her. The sheer arrogance, the cruelty radiating from Xiaoyan was suffocating, and worst of all, it was working. Wei Long, the indomitable, the monstrous, the terrifying, was actually losing. Xiaoyan turned his attention to Zine and Glocknin, his crimson eyes shimmering with malice. "And as for you two, you should be grateful. You get to witness history in the making." The moment the so-called tamed beast's eat his master could be witnessed falls. How poetic, how beautiful, how utterly, devastatingly tragic. He let out a sigh, pressing a hand against his chest as if he were overwhelmed with emotion. "Truly, it brings a tear to my eye. I will make sure to order it and devour you." Wei Long, his entire body now encased in the writhing black ink, let out a choked snarl. His vision swam, his mind felt sluggish, heavy. Something was wrong. This wasn't just demonic corruption. It was something far more sinister. He could feel his own instincts warring against him. His body demanded more. It wanted to consume, to devour, to gorge on the power in front of him. But it was a trap, a loop with no end. Xiaoyan's voice was like a sickly sweet poison, dripping with false sympathy. "Don't worry, little beast. It will all be over soon. Embrace it. Become one with the demonic path. Lose yourself in hunger. It's the only way." The laughter that followed was deafening, drowning out everything else. It echoed through the chamber, reverberating in the air, filling every crack and crevice. It was triumphant, victorious, absolute. Xiaoyan had won. Or so he thought, because deep within Wei Long's flickering consciousness, something stirred. A fire, ancient and primal. A force beyond mere hunger or corruption. A will that refused to be shackled. The darkness had not devoured Wei Long. Wei Long would suddenly show his sadistic teeth, making a smirk,